All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And I do want to ask right off the bat, does the audio seem louder than it normally does, or does it seem like it's exactly the same? I'm asking because on my end, I'm getting a little bit of feedback that's telling me it's louder than usual, but I just want to make sure before I make any adjustments to the audio. Ray, you're saying it sounds the same? MVP Moss agrees. Okay. Everybody's saying the audio is the same. All right. I wonder if it's a glitch with the streaming software. Okay. Well, that's good. The posters look a lot smaller. They do. Yeah. Well, yeah, the ones way back there, they were always smaller. Now they just look really small. Did I scoop my table back? I didn't. No. I didn't really make any major changes. Nothing too significant. But yeah, welcome back to the stream, guys. I hope you all are doing well on this Monday. First and foremost, do me a favor if you haven't already. Take a moment, hit that like button. If you want to help the stream, that's the easiest way to do it. Obviously, being here, watching the content, that means everything. But if you want to just take a moment, hit that like button, it lets me know you enjoy it, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. But we have a couple of topics that we're going to be going over today. Mark Cerny has come out and let us know that PlayStation is getting another significant update. He's already talking. Mark Cerny just doesn't stop. Have I changed my setup once again? I have. This is the final form, though, although there are probably still a couple of adjustments that will be made. Nothing too drastic, but yeah, I've been changing my setup for a long time. I mean, there were times where I had a new setup like every other week, it seemed like. But no, this room was literally built to be this, right? So it's not going to change. It's been a long time coming. Angry Whale Watcher, what's going on, man? The field of view on the camera looks smaller, and the play button and cat tower look closer. You know what I did, actually, Ray? I know why that is. It's because I actually moved my monitor over somewhat. Not like too much, but probably enough where you can notice a little bit of difference because my webcam is now on top of the monitor. So that's probably what you're noticing. I think it looks more centered, though. Stephen Nearly, you're saying I kind of figured there would be another update to PSSR this time next year, too. Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I did expect Mark Cerny to talk about, the new PSSR 2 update and to talk about what's went into it and why it's such a significant improvement. But apparently he gave an extensive interview to Digital Foundry, which they actually haven't published yet. Interestingly enough, Digital Foundry has not published the interview, but instead they actually posted like a quote from the interview. And I think that's pretty interesting because, well, the quote is Mark Cerny straight up confirming another feature that he's working on for PlayStation, which is not a brand new feature in the games industry, but it will be brand new to PlayStation when it comes to PlayStation. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to be talking about Wolverine because I'm getting the feeling that Insomniac is going to be showing Wolverine very, very soon. They seem to be hinting at that, potentially. At the very least, they are straight up confirming they're going to be showing new gameplay. So we're going to talk about that. And we're also going to talk about Sony removing a lot of shovelware from the PlayStation Store. And I think this is something that we do need to take time to highlight because it's a major problem. We talk about going into the digital-only future. Obviously, people like me, and I know that many of you are not going to do that until you're forced. And even then, some people are just going to straight up quit gaming. But, I've said for some time now that if we're expected collectively to just accept, hey, we're going all in into the digital future. At the very least, man, you got to clean up the store. You got to get the slop out of there. You got to get the shovelware out of there, right? And it seems like Sony is beginning to do that. Michael Lynch with a $2 super chat says, those lamps give the room a 70s vibe. Yes, thank you, Michael. We purchased these lamps, I think, like 11 or 12 years ago. It was when me and Mrs. MBG first moved into our apartment, first time out on our own and living together. And those are the lamps we picked up, still have them. And it's funny because she said to me yesterday, she's like, we're going to have to get new lampshades. I'm like, why? She's like, what's it called? I think Chevron or something. I think that's what the name of the design is. It's just so 2016. And I'm like, oh, well, I still think they look cool. But yeah, maybe they do. Shadow Link, what's up, man? I see Rich Rod is here. Rich Rod, calm down. It's okay. It's okay. Rich Rod was finally here for a crazy stream. You like the new setup, Shadow Link? It's the chef's kiss. Thank you, man. Well, hey, that's I don't know if you were here yesterday. I think you said you were watching the stream later on, but that's why I was thanking you guys for all the support. I definitely took a pretty penny to buy the materials to build out this room and set everything up. And so that's, bit of an investment there. And that's thanks to you guys. I'm happy to be able to create this space and, no more moving around, no more being up against the wall. Now I got freedom. I got space. I can do whatever I want. Ironically, I'm still just going to sit here for 99% of the time, but just knowing I can do it, that's what matters. You like those lamps? I do like them, yeah. I do like them. Just put on bell bottoms and button down Hawaiian shirt and you can keep the shades. Yeah, I really like the way it turned out. It's not 100% done yet. I think some trim still needs to go around the door frame as well as the base of the walls. We got to get the ventilation in. And I think after that, we're going to be 100%. Yeah. Exactly, Shadow Link. Yes, thank you guys so much. And yeah, with that being said, before we dive into any of today's topics and get into any deeper discussions, if you want to support the channel directly, we are fan funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. Consider becoming a channel member. Consider gifting memberships. If we hit 25, we'll feed the cats some treats. Consider dropping any super chats or direct donations. I can only do this because of you guys. So thank you for that. And shout out to everybody who contributes. I feel like there was something else I wanted to mention to you guys. Me and Mrs. MBG will probably in the next week or two. Sorry. Just got a weird notification there. In the next week or two, we're probably going to be opening a P.O. box. At least that's the intention. I know a lot of you guys have been asking for that for a long time. And so my plan is to do that and then bring back Morning with the Misses season 3. I guess, I don't know. I keep calling it seasons because we bring it back and then we take a break and then we bring it back. And so hopefully we'll be able to do that going further into spring. But I will be sure to let you guys know when that P.O. box is open because, yeah, I know, the cats are going to have treats for years. I can already tell. I will let you know if you guys send me anything that I don't like. I'll show it on stream and I'm trashing it straight in the trash. It's gonna happen. And we have Zombie Dragon coming in. Oh, Zombie Dragon. He wants to get the train started. He drops 10 member gifts on you guys. He rips open the 10 pack. He kicks this thing off. Zombie Dragon, bro. Thank you so much for that, man. Let me give you
Thank you.
A couple sound bites here for the 10. And how about this? This feels like an appropriate sound bite for today.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Let me add that to the goal. Thank you so much, dude. And I also have a super chat from Michael Lynch, a $5 chat. He says, what a time to be alive. Rich Rod is a mod, and MBG and Banana Man are best friends. I wouldn't say we're best friends, to be honest. Yeah, so just let me address that before we get into the topics. I'm not going to talk about it for very long, but I know some people probably enjoyed yesterday's stream. However, I have gotten some feedback. And the feedback that I received is that not everybody enjoyed yesterday's stream. I got some feedback from some of my audience that they just genuinely didn't like that. And I understand. And I felt a little bit bad because I think if you look at what that type of content was, that's not why people are subscribed to the channel. You know what I mean? I don't think people are that interested in that. You know, it's something that I've always made it clear that it's not really the type of content I want to make, truly. But I do also want to just point out, just to reassure anybody, that's not what the channel's turning into. I just need to make that abundantly clear. The channel is still going to be more serious, in-depth, and engaged conversations and discussions about PlayStation and the games industry. I mean, I know that probably goes without saying, but just in case, and that doesn't mean we won't have some fun from time to time. That doesn't mean we won't have some fun, but that wasn't as satisfying as I expected it to be. I'm going to be honest with you guys too. Like, I felt a little bit bad after it because I'm like, man, I think there were other topics that I wanted to discuss, but didn't get the chance. So just wanted to address that. But yeah, if you want to watch a different type of stream, something a little bit silly, a little bit off the rails, that was yesterday's stream for sure. And as you can see, I brought back the Press X podcast name. I'm going to try it again. I can't promise I'm going to stick with it. You guys know how I am. I am a flip-flopper when it comes to the Press X podcast name, or PXP. But I do want to try to start moving these streams over to the podcast section of YouTube. Well, because it basically requires no work to do so. It's very minimal work. And that will give you access to these streams through YouTube Music. So if you're like a YouTube Premium member, as long as I can keep up with it, you should be able to listen to like the audio only version of this if you're interested in that through YouTube Music. When it comes to taking these streams to something like Spotify, that's something people have asked me numerous times. I still don't know if I'm going to do that yet. I'm not too familiar with their process, but we'll see where it goes. I'm going to try. You know, I'm feeling a new sense of motivation, I guess you could say, with the new setup. I hear you, Michael. Chris, you're saying, what did you do yesterday? You'll have to go find out. Don't leave this stream, though, Chris. Do not leave this stream. Rich Rod, I'm not going to say this channel is at war. I'm going to say we are ready. We are ready for PlayStation greatness. We are ready for the PlayStation 6. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody's stopping the hype train. We will be critical. We will be thoughtful. But we will be excited. We will be excited. Boss, I know you're excited, but I'm going to have to ask you to back off, buddy. I need to dive into these conversations and these topics. I don't need you stressing me. Can you guys see him? Stop. Stop. Stop it.
War is ugly.
I'm going to replay that because it didn't come through. We have a $2 chat from Rich Rod.
Warriors be on standby. I will soon call up names for Operation Crash Out Alex. First call up is enormous task and first ones to attack. War is ugly.
Rich, do not attack. Stand down. Stand down, Rich. No war, MBG, just operations here. Stand down, Rich. What I need from you today, and for most Press X podcast episodes going forward, is just be on alert. Be on alert. You see the trolls? Get them out. Get them out. All right. Fairly, though. All right. We're not just only going to be talking about those three topics I listed. More than likely, there's there are a few other things that came up as well that if we'll probably lace them into the wider discussions as well. So, sorry, I'm going to get into these topics. I just need to figure out what to do with Boss because you guys can't see him. He's sitting right next to me on the desk here. He's trying to bite the microphone stand. Stop. He's trying to bite the boom arm. Stop that. Stop changing it. Press X podcast is perfect, says Michael. I agree. Yeah, that's why I keep bringing it back because I'm like, I got the logo. It looks nice. I guess I just feel bad sometimes, Michael, because truthfully, it doesn't feel like a podcast. I know it technically is. If you look up the actual literal definition of what a podcast is, I know it is. But it can get so chaotic sometimes. It feels like, should I call it a podcast? But we'll stick with it. I'll try to stick with it, Michael. You always call it a podcast? A cat cam is needed. All right, here's what we're going to do. Boss, come here. Zombie Dragon dropped 10 member gifts, so I'm going to give Boss 10 treats. Here we go, Boss. It's like 11 treats, so close enough. But I had to give him his treats early because if I don't, he's going to bite the microphone arm the entire time, and it's going to be pretty annoying for you guys. All right. So before we dive into the topics, guys, make sure you take a moment and hit that like button for me. I have a report here from digitalfoundry.net. Mark Cerny confirms frame generation should be seen at some point on PlayStation platforms. I look forward to discussing this more in the future. In a detailed interview coming soon on Digital Foundry, PlayStation 5 lead system architect Mark Cerny has shared more on the Project Amethyst collaboration with AMD, confirming that ML-based frame generation is coming to PlayStation platforms, but advising us not to expect any further updates this year. Just to clarify a few things about the collaboration with AMD and new PSSR, or the new PSSR uses the same core co-developed algorithm as FSR Redstone's upscaling. To avoid confusion, I'll use the new names today rather than FSR4. FSR frame generation is also based on co-developed technology or co-engineered technology. I'm very happy with how that work is progressing, and an equivalent frame generation library should be seen at some point on PlayStation platforms. Digital Foundry's write-up continues. They say the question is, what PlayStation platforms? We asked how Sony would determine which machine learning-based innovations would come to the PS5 Pro and which may be targeted at next-generation hardware instead. Right now, FSR Redstone consists of upscaling, frame generation, and ray regeneration components. Great question, particularly considering that FSR frame generation is technology that was co-developed between SIE and AMD. We're intimately familiar with it, Mark Cerny revealed. All I can say is that we have no more releases planned for this year, and that I look forward to discussing this more in the future. The full interview goes into depth on the many facets of Sony's new PSSR rollout concerning bespoke patching for existing PS5 Pro games versus the system-level enhanced PSSR image quality toggle, whether the new PSSR algorithm requires any further game inputs, and how the performance cost of the revised upscaler compares against the old. Mark Cerny also responded to recent reports of a Sony patent, which speculated that a prospective PSSR2 might employ adaptive AI quality, minimizing the need for dynamic resolution scaling in favor of adjusting upscaler precision instead. So it seems like he did actually answer that question as well. He says, in February, many noticed a patent regarding ML-based upscaling, varying precision of weights and activations, which led to dozens of articles. But that concept isn't part of the current PSSR FSR framework, Cerny stated. We file many patents during the course of business, not all of which relate to released systems or future products. So, yeah, had to be sure to cover this because not only is Mark Cerny straight up confirming that PlayStation is getting frame gen, but I'm fairly certain that everything he's discussing here is actually for the PlayStation 6. I think that's why he specifically says, I have no more announcements this year, but we will be talking about it at a later point. To me, that's him flat out saying, like, this is PlayStation 6 stuff that we're starting to get into now. We have Josh Z, a member for 71 months. Thank you for that, Josh. Truly, that's crazy. 71 months. You're saying, I didn't even realize I got a member gift. Wasn't expecting that. Nice setup, MBG. Well, thank you, Josh. I'm glad you enjoyed the new setup. And yeah, absolutely. Shout out to anybody who gifts memberships. And it's nice to see longtime members being able to receive some gifts occasionally as well, too, right? Oh, I might have to. Oh, damn. Yo, wow. Okay, Shadowlink, I'm sorry, bro. I missed that. Shadowlink dropped a $150 direct donation. He says, I think I might start doing it this way instead of gifting because you get all of it. Well, I'll tell you this, Shadowlink. I always tell people, support the channel in whatever way you feel most comfortable with, right? Like, I obviously don't want to push people saying you have to support, you better support, or else, right? Or else what, right? I know there's people who'd want to support. They want to, keep this thing going and keep it running. They want to keep MBG's lights on. You ever see those lights in the back go out? That's when you know we're in trouble. But I always want to encourage people, support in whichever way you feel most comfortable. It is true that when it comes to direct donations, that YouTube does not get a cut of that. So whatever you donate through the direct donations, 100% of that goes to me. But I also want to make it known that if you are comfortable with doing super chats, with doing membership gifts, please continue to do so, because make no mistake, that's like the bulk of where, the revenue of my channel comes from. So don't feel like I'm totally cool with YouTube getting their cut, right? I'm thankful that YouTube provides the platform and provides this opportunity. But Shadowlink, thank you so much, man. $150, that's like the equivalent of I think that'd be the equivalent of like 30 members or something like that. So thank you so much for that, man. Really, that's a very generous donation, and you've been hugely supporting the channel these days. So big shout out to Shadowlink. I got to give him a couple sound bites here.
Holy shit.
There we go. And hold on, I got one more for you. Your favorite, Shadowlink.
This is an incredibly exciting time
I know
for
you're a
PlayStation.
fan of Mr. Holst. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much for that. And we have Stephen Nearly. He comes in and he decides he wants to renew his membership today. He comes back to Greatness Awaits, and he brings us up for the member goal count to 11. Thank you so much for that, bro. Love to see it. So, yeah, thank you guys for all the support. Really. Yeah, that's true, Michael. That's true. Oh, okay. Clark. Did you just see Clark's tail go by? These cats, man, they won't just let me talk to you guys about PlayStation. Even the cats are trolling. I'm just sitting here trying to talk to you guys. I got Boss jumping up here. I got Clark. It's like having kids, dude. It's like trying to stream and having kids running around. I think kids would be less stressful. They probably just chill in the background. These cats are trying to destroy my setup. Sheesh. Ironically enough, when we cover the topic about Sony removing shovelware from their storefront, it has to do with a cat game. Well, at least the latest game that this publisher is releasing. It's like a ripoff of another game. But yeah, that's the thing, man. When we talk about the PlayStation 6, when we talk about PSSR, we know PSSR 3 is coming, right? Mark Cerny didn't explicitly say that. He didn't explicitly say, hey, PSSR 3 is up next. It's just inferred. It's implied, right? Just like when we were talking about the first version of PSSR, eventually Mark Cerny did talk about how there is another big update coming. He didn't refer to it as PSSR2, but that's how we referred to it because it just makes sense. We've seen how this type of technology has progressed in the PC space, and we're going to see it progress very similarly, if not exactly the same, in the console space. And so far, that's what's happening. So when it comes to frame gen, we have to talk about this a little bit more in depth because the question that needs to be asked about frame gen coming to presumably the PlayStation 6, it would be quite surprising if it came to the PS5 Pro. Let's just assume for now it's going to come with the PlayStation 6, and developers will be able to take advantage of the frame gen technology. I should probably explain what frame gen is for those who are unaware of it. We actually have Push Square. They did a good job kind of explaining it pretty, I would say, succinctly. I think it's the correct word to use. So Push Square says here, so what is frame gen? Well, in layman's terms, it is a technology that gives the appearance of faster frame rates by inserting AI-generated frames in between native frames. This saves on processing power because the frames don't necessarily need to be rendered by the game engine, theoretically resulting in smoother motion without the computational overhead. It's a similar idea to PSSR, which uses machine learning to upscale low-resolution images into a clean 4K image. This technology reduces the computational load because developers can target a lower native resolution without compromising image quality. However, not everyone likes frame generation because they feel the results introduce latency and ghosting effects. However, the technology tends to work better at higher frame rates, like going from 60 FPS to 120 FPS, for example. Obviously, this is being co-developed by PlayStation and AMD, so you would expect whatever version Sony implements to be the result of its research. So some of you guys here might actually have firsthand experience with frame gen. And there actually is one game, I believe. It's the only game I can think of off the top of my head that uses frame generation on console. And I think it's Black Myth Wukong. And it got a lot of criticism because I think it used frame gen to get from 30 frames to 60 frames per second. And a lot of people felt like it was very poorly implemented and it really took away from the overall feel of the game. Now, Black Myth Wukong has been updated many times since it launched, and I think that they've improved it significantly based off of what I've heard from people. But my assumption here is that if Sony is going to be, I guess you could say, late to the party with frame gen technology, that means they have the advantage of kind of being able to read the room and see what it is that people are complaining about when it comes to frame gen. What don't they like? What makes it feel like this technology is actually more detrimental and, you know, as they call it, fake frames that kind of ruin the overall feel, right? Compared to just having that native 60 FPS. I would assume that Mark Cerny and his team are going to try to take some time to figure that one out, you know, to make sure that when you implement this into PlayStation 6 and developers start to take advantage of it, you know, that they don't they don't do a poor job, or at the very least, you know, it's not something that basically PlayStation players are like, we don't want this, we don't like this. And we have Stephen Nearly with a $5 super chat. He says, I'm assuming they'll put frame gen on Pro next year and polish it out until the PlayStation 6 drops, because we already know the Pro is beta PlayStation 6. That's actually a great point, Stephen, and not one that I really considered. When we talk about PSSR, that's exactly what they did, right? The Pro, you're referring to it as a beta PS6. Yeah, I agree with that. When we talked about the first iteration of PSSR, I think most of us had assumed that we wouldn't get PSSR 2 probably until the PlayStation 6, right? So we were a little bit surprised to find that we're getting another iteration of it so soon before the PlayStation 6. Looking at that, it wouldn't be too surprising, I guess. I did say a moment ago I would be surprised if frame gen came to the PS5 Pro, but actually looking at it from your perspective, I guess I wouldn't be too shocked, right? Because if they want to make sure if they release this technology for the PlayStation 6, it's a more refined version. It's not something that is like the 1.0 version. I mean, they may have no choice though. That's kind of the thing, right? I just can't help but focus on what Mark said here. He said, let me find it. Yeah, he says machine learning based frame generation is coming to PlayStation platforms, but he advised us not to expect any further updates this year. And his quote was, "All I can say is that we have no more releases planned for this year, and that I look forward to discussing this more in the future." So that's like, to me, that says it could still come to PS5 Pro, but if it does, it'll be early 2027 or right back, like right in proximity of the launch of the PlayStation 6, where it's like, here's PlayStation Frame Gen 1.0 launching with the PlayStation 6. It will also be available for the PS5 Pro. Or maybe alternatively, it could be January, February, we get a update, just like we did right now with PSSR 2, except this time it's for Frame Gen. And devs will have, you know, you would assume most of that year, if the PlayStation 6 does come out next year, to be able to kind of get familiar with it and give feedback and try to have their games really taking advantage of it if they want to, leading up to the PlayStation 6. But that's a good point. Yeah, we do have to try to keep in mind, myself included, that the PS5 Pro is basically a beta PlayStation 6. But what's interesting is there are so many more features besides Frame Gen that have been confirmed for the PlayStation 6. What I want to highlight for a moment here is the fact that Mark Cerny has pretty much confirmed, I don't want to say all of, but most of the key features that the PlayStation 6 will offer. I'm not talking about like the DualSense 2 or, you know, talking about the specifications that are going to be, you know, in the hardware. But if you remember, not too long ago, Sony dropped a random video, which I'm actually thinking about bringing up and reacting to again, just to kind of act as a little bit of a refresher, that we can now add frame generation to the entire list of new features that are going to ship with the PlayStation 6. The neural arrays, radiance cores, universal compression, and now it already added it. It said AI-powered frame generation and the next evolution of PSSR. So this is where you can kind of see the conversation shifting from hardware to software. And we have SOU, a.k.a. Mr. Hamster, saying in all caps, Press X podcast is back. Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad you're excited, Mr. Hamster. That makes me feel good. It makes me feel like I made the right choice bringing back Press X podcast. You've been here for a very long time. You were probably here, Mr. Hamster, for the very first ever episode of Press X podcast. So I know you're excited. I'm glad I could I'm glad I could be on the same wavelength with you. So you Frame Gen is the next logical step in PSSR. Carl, you're saying I wish they'd have something like that for the base PS5. It's like you're just making that for 5% of your market. Well, here's the thing. I'm sure Sony would love to have this technology in the base PS5. Like, they would love to be able to release this for all base PS5 users. The problem is they literally cannot. That's the problem with it. They literally cannot, because the PS5 is based on RDNA 2 technology, and it's not even full RDNA 2. It's like a hybrid of RDNA 1 and 2. It's a custom version of RDNA. And RDNA 2 technology does not, as far as I'm aware, it what they're doing here with PSSR or, you know, the later versions of FSR, it's just not compatible. It doesn't work with earlier versions of RDNA. This is why it was such a big deal when Mark Cerny for PSSR 2, he kept emphasizing that what you're going to see is basically FSR 4. And he even described it as the full fat version of FSR 4, which is an interesting way to describe it. But it's because he was really trying to emphasize that when you look at FSR4, what makes it so cutting edge to an extent to a lot of people is it only works on certain GPUs, on a certain line of GPUs. It's only compatible with a certain level of RDNA technology, that if you are below that threshold, you're just not going to be able to partake. You're not going to be able to get FSR4. And so something like PSSR and PSSR2, as well as FrameGen, these are all things that, simply put, are not possible inside of the base PS5. And that's because when Sony was building the PlayStation 5, when Mark Cerny and his engineering team were coming up with everything that PS5 was going to be, this technology was in its early phases on the PC side of things, and it wasn't something that Sony was really looking at. But now we know that this is the direction things are obviously headed. We've known that for a little while now. I'd say Sony really picked up on that probably in like 2021, not too long after the launch of the PS5. Mark Cerny, he's a very smart guy. He picked up on that very quickly. I'm going to read these super chats. Let me just have to check something real quick. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Sorry about that. We have Raven X0 with a $5 super chat. And he says here, maybe the developers are probably testing out FrameGen and it phases with their engines. So they have access, but not consumer ready until it is. Yeah, that's a possibility as well, Raven. I mean, I do wonder if Sony is able to give developers access to the PlayStation version of this technology, like before they give them PlayStation 6 dev kits, right? Because PlayStation dev kits is, I assume, is just going to be the hardware. But I don't know. I mean, I think we can answer that question because when we look at the PS5 Pro, there were multiple games ready. There were multiple games ready to go that were PSSR enhanced, PS5 Pro enhanced with PSSR, which, clearly signals that Sony was able to give devs like, here you go, here's PSSR. I mean, I'm assuming they did so with dev kits for the PS5 Pro, right? Like, here's the PS5 Pro dev kit and here's PSSR. But we don't really know if like developers were able to get their hands on PSSR earlier on. Like we were able to start working with the software-based technology before the raw hardware, right? I mean, my assumption is yes, to a degree, only because if they're developing a game for the PC side, well, then yes, you have access to all of that technology. You have access to the latest versions of FSR and FrameJet and all that stuff. So if they're already working with it, considering Sony is partnered with AMD, you could make the argument that they're already familiar with it. There may be a couple of, changes here and there, a couple of more detailed areas that they have to kind of work with and figure out because it's PlayStation's version. But generally speaking, the technology is, I would say similar across the board between AMD and Sony. So I guess with that being said, it's like, yeah, any developer that's using FrameGen technology, AMD's FrameGen technology, while developing for PC, I guess the assumption there is that they kind of already have an edge, when it comes to whatever PlayStation's version is going to be, because they will be very similar. And we have a £2 super chat from Kyle Say Stuff. He says, after the DLSS 5 drama, the PSSR2 seems like heaven. Yeah, that's something that was interesting that people were pointing out. They were pointing out how it seemed like NVIDIA was trying to rain on Sony's parade because Sony had announced PSSR2. People were, feeling good about it. And then out of nowhere, NVIDIA's like, here's DLSS 5, and it's going to blow everybody away. And I saw a lot of interesting reactions, but the general reaction is kind of what you're describing here, Kyle Say Stuff. It's that people were relieved. They were like, what Sony's doing with PSSR, which is also the equivalent of what
Nice job for
NVIDIA
the
did
new
with
room.
earlier
Really like
versions
it.
of
Where's the
DLSS.
Mark Cerny statue?
That
Cool
felt good.
cat.
That felt good. Oh, hold on. We have a direct donation from Blackspeed 2X. I might have to, I don't know, I might have to remove the only reason I don't like to remove the TTS, it interrupts me, but it's good because I know that I got a direct donation. A lot of times when I turn the TTS off, I end up forgetting to check and I end up missing them. But Blackspeed, you're saying, nice job for the new room. Really like it. Where is the Mark Cerny statue? Cool cat. Clark, he thinks you're cool, bro. Thank you, Blackspeed. Yeah, you are like, I think, the fourth or fifth person to talk about some kind of Mark Cerny statue, some kind of Mark Cerny life-size cutout, cardboard cutout. If I do end up opening a P.O. box, I'm sure somebody will send something in regards to Mark Cerny. So I'll wait. If not, I'll do it myself. I'll figure something out. But somebody's going to send me just like a poster, a 36 by 24 poster of that picture of Mark Cerny where he's like that, and they're going to be like, frame it. And you know what? Maybe I will. I love how Clark's just walking back and forth. So Blackspeed, thank you for the direct donation, my friend. And yeah, going back to your super chat, Kyle, it seems like people were quick to praise PSSR2 because it felt like something that actually is, I mean, I know I'm being like very broad stroke here, but like good. Like, yes, we want this. This feels like a genuine improvement, like we've seen in previous versions of DLSS and FSR, to whereas DLSS 5 to a lot of people did not feel like a genuine improvement. It felt more like blasphemy. I mean, I know that's being dramatic about it, but if you look at the reactions that people were having, I mean, yeah, DLSS 5, I will say, this is the double-edged sword when it comes to being at the forefront, being the tip of the spear. NVIDIA's worth trillions of dollars. They're worth that much because of their involvement in the AI sector of the market. And they're like, we're going to be the first ones to revolutionize game graphics using AI. And it didn't go the way that they thought. I mean, that's more than obvious. It did not go the way that they thought. And, if you were Sony, we talked about the idea of DLSS 5 being a type of future technology that Sony would maybe want to implement to some extent, which they probably will. But that's kind of the beauty of being in Sony's position specifically, and maybe AMD's for that matter, where it's like, yeah, we may not be at the tip of the spear, we may not be worth trillions, but we now know what not to do. We have plenty of time to figure out what to do. And if we ever incorporate any type of technology like this, we have the opportunity to do it right, so to speak. You know what I mean? To make sure we don't mess it up the way NVIDIA did. And yeah, so even though PSSR2, it's like, oh, look, it's finally catching up to what DLSS and stuff like that have already done. It's like, yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them being a little bit slower because they can refine it. They can make improvements. And to me, that feels better than, yeah, I mean, like what we're seeing with DLSS 5. It's like, it's fascinating. It's tantalizing, but I don't know, man. I guess it was always going to be kind of this way. MBG, the link I sent in the Discord, Moore's Law is Dead, gives some insight into some of the information. Yeah, I was actually watching some of that Shadow Link, and really interesting stuff regarding what Moore's Law is Dead was saying about the next generation. I specifically watched the segment where he was talking about the power factor of the PlayStation 6 and Project Helix and comparing them and talking about the differences. And one of the things that he emphasized, which, he's not the only person to emphasize it, is how it's not going to be as big of a difference as some people might think. And a lot of people get upset when they hear that, or maybe not a lot, but some people do, because they're like, no, Project Helix is clearly going to be significantly more powerful. Did you guys hear that? The cats are fighting outside of the cat hole. I think that's Luna. She hears them. She's on alert. She's like, what's going on? I can't tell if that's coming through the mic or not. These cats are crazy. Ray, thank you for dropping the Discord link. By the way, guys, if you want to join my Discord and be part of the community over there, feel free to do so. Ray just dropped the link in the chat. You do not have to be a member. All I ask is that you follow the rules, be nice to one another, be polite. And I also did put the Discord link, because people were telling me that the link I had previously in my description was expired. I put a new one in my pinned comment in the chat. So you could try that link as well and let me know if that works. But yeah, feel free to join the Discord. We've been getting more and more people over there, so it's cool to see that growing. But yeah, I might bring that up, Shadow Link, because as I was watching that segment from Moore's Law is Dead, I just found it so interesting. I'm like, man, he's I think he's hitting multiple nails on the head here with what he's saying. And I know some people don't like Moore's Law is Dead, but regardless of how people feel about his personality, I think he does a great job reporting on, next gen. He's put a lot of really good and useful information out here that genuinely has been helpful in trying to get a better understanding of what should we really expect with these next-gen consoles. We know that there's a PlayStation 6 coming. We know that there's Project Helix. Microsoft is already talking about Project Helix. We also know that these consoles are going to cost money, right? People are wondering how much they're going to have to pay. And, people are looking at how good things like the PS5 Pro are right now. And, I guess people are still enjoying their Xbox Series X consoles, but a lot of people are on PC and they feel perfectly fine over there. So it naturally just brings up this question of like, yeah, cool, like frame gen and PSSR and teraflops and power, right? And all that stuff, RDNA 5 technology, RDNA 5 compute units, but what does it all really mean? And generally speaking, and this is kind of the shocking part to me, generally speaking, every hardware enthusiast that pays very close attention to this stuff, they live for this stuff, right? They have come to this conclusion that both of these consoles, the PlayStation 6 and Project Helix, are going to be very powerful, very capable. Some even think that Microsoft might be going overkill here with the power factor. But really what you're probably going to see like 90% of the time, for the vast majority of the time, is games will hit 4K, 120 FPS with some ray tracing, or with ray tracing on the PlayStation 6. They will hit 4K, maybe 144 FPS with maybe potentially slightly higher ray tracing on the Helix. Now that I do need to make it clear, that's not going to be for all games. Maybe it was maybe it was an exaggeration to say 90%. It's definitely not going to be 90%. But assuming most developers that are making AAA games leverage these new software technologies that are going to be available for these devices while also utilizing the raw hardware, I guess I'm just saying that the difference, it's not going to be that significant. And that's not me saying that because I'm looking forward to PlayStation and I don't want the PlayStation to be weaker. It's just that we've already kind of, hit the wall, so to speak, with the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X, where everybody was talking about how much more powerful the Series X was on paper, and you had a lot of hardware enthusiasts warning you. They tried to warn certain groups of Xbox fans, don't base your assumptions on the specs that you see on paper. Don't do that, because it's not going to work that way. Like, there's going to be minimal difference between the vast majority of games, and it really comes down to how well developers optimize for the specific device, right? And that's where you saw the PlayStation 5 come out, and it was like, here's the latest Assassin's Creed launching on the PS5 and the Xbox Series X. And this is coming after months and months of people talking about a 30% delta and the 12 teraflops versus the PlayStation's 10.2 teraflops. You're going to see, the superior versions of multi-platform games consistently and constantly on the Series X, and it just did not work that way. It just didn't. And we found out. And this is why it's so important to not go just based on paper specifications. We found out later on that the reason for that, it's not because the Xbox Series X isn't more powerful. It literally is. It's that Sony was aware that they had to make the development environment for the PlayStation 5 as easy as possible. So it's like, here's the power we're offering with the PlayStation 5. We want to make it as easy as possible for developers to leverage that power. That's what we need to do. Because you can have all the power in the world inside of your hardware and your box. But if it's not easy or convenient for developers to take advantage of it, we've seen what most developers are going to do. We saw this all the way back with the PlayStation 3. Granted, that's more of an extreme example, but developers are going to be like, no, thank you. They want as few barriers between the development of their game and bringing it to a console and leveraging what that console has to offer. They want as few barriers as possible, which makes complete sense. If you're a developer, why wouldn't you want that? That's why people were kind of clowning on the Series X over the PS5. And it wasn't because, again, the Series X wasn't a good console. It's just that Microsoft, that is, they were so focused on the power factor that they seemingly, they lost the forest for the trees here, where it's like, that's great. Like, look at how big your chip is, and you have 52 compute units, and you have full RDNA 2, but did you make it easy for developers to take advantage of that? And by the time they realized, we kind of didn't, it was too late. By that point, everybody knew that, like, okay, the power factor was a bust. The power advantage was a bust. And it seems to me, based off of what I'm hearing from people like Moore's Law is Dead, amongst others, that while there is going to be a significant difference in some areas, regarding the PS6 and the Project Helix, the difference this time is going to be even less than before. So I know that doesn't really make sense, but it is the law of diminishing returns. And Kyle Say Stuff with a £5 chat, he says, when is 4K 60 FPS, you can't really see a big difference unless you do one-by-one comparisons. PS5 Pro versus PC, sometimes the difference is minimum. Be careful, Kyle. Don't say that. I know you're saying stuff, but don't say that. Did you actually just sit here and say that in some instances, the PS5 Pro, the difference between that version and a PC version is minimum? How dare you? I'm being facetious, of course, but you're not wrong, dude. This is why the PS5 Pro seems like such an important stopgap for Sony, because realistically, the PlayStation 6, considering it's not just console gaming, but PC gaming, is hitting some kind of wall. And I say that because look at what's happening with the DLSS5, right? NVIDIA is supposed to be the one that's charging ahead. And I guess you could say they are. But they're supposed to do so in the name of, this is the next big leap. Everybody's on board. Let's go. We're lifting everything up, right? DLSS 5 is clearly not going to be that. and they are going to have to go back to the drawing board. At least that's my take on everything we've seen now that the dust has settled. And so it does seem between that and the cost of components kind of skyrocketing in some instances, whether or not that's beginning to stabilize, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like nobody's really in a rush to, to upgrade anymore. Even with the consoles, right? We've been talking about this extensively, how people are very relaxed on this notion of, I don't think I'm going to upgrade just yet. I don't even know if I need to upgrade. Why would I upgrade? This is why I think the PS5 Pro is such a good stopgap, because it gives Sony time, right? To be able to, like you said earlier, kind of beta test and figure out, like, how are gamers, specifically PlayStation gamers, how is the console market going to react to this new technology? And here's the thing, though. I've tried telling like base PS5 users, because somebody had mentioned earlier, they're like, I wish we could get this technology on a base PS5. It sucks that you can't, but you should still be excited about what Sony's doing here, because everything they're doing with the PS5 Pro, even if you're excluded from it, it's going to be there on the PlayStation 6. The PS5 Pro is helping mold and shape what the PlayStation 6 will be, and the PlayStation 6 will be vastly superior to the PS5 Pro, and certainly the base PS5. So if you didn't get a Pro and you're kind of, for lack of a better term, stuck on the base PS5, you're probably going to be ultimately grateful for the PlayStation 5 Pro as well if you do upgrade to the PlayStation 6. And beyond the PlayStation 6, again, what does PSSR 3 look like? What does PSSR 4 look like? I'm not sure. People are already very much impressed with graphical fidelity right now. Obviously, it can and will get better. It's up to Sony and the developers that are making games for the PlayStation 6, as well as devs that are going to make games for Project Helix, to really showcase that graphical difference, to showcase, like, here's why you're going to want to play a game on the PlayStation 6 and not your PS5 or PS5 Pro. Josh, you're saying, I got to be honest, I have completely stopped caring about specs. Unless something breaks, I'm good. And that's totally fair, man. That's the thing. A lot of us do care about graphical technology and improvements, but a lot of us also are completely satisfied. For me, I am absolutely excited to see what the next generation of graphical fidelity in the console space can bring. But I am prepared to be, I don't want to say underwhelmed.
PS5 Pro, and the difference is
Before I'm going to respond to that, Black Speed, I just want to say I am prepared to be underwhelmed, might be the wrong term to use, but I guess I'm prepared to be understanding that games are still going to look very good on the PS5 and PS5 Pro if they're cross-gen. Like, there will certainly be a difference for games that are on the PS6, and that difference could be bigger than I'm thinking. I try not to underestimate the sheer skill and talent of PlayStation Studios and their developers. They've proven me wrong many times before. But just for the sake of not getting ahead of myself, And Black Speed, you're saying, I agree and disagree with the difference between PC and PS5. It depends on the PC. I just built a PC 3 times the price of the Pro, and the difference is huge. And that's the thing. Like, the problem, in my opinion, with trying to compare the Pro to PC in most instances, and I have to emphasize most, not all, is exactly what you're highlighting. It's the fact that PC does give you the freedom, literally, where if you're like, listen, I have $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 to drop on a PC rig, on a gaming rig. At that point, the sky seems the
contrary to other, I am conscious that I paid 3 times the price, and the graphic card alone cost more than my PS5 Pro. Smile.
And there you go. See, Black Speed, I appreciate your posts. I appreciate your donations, but I appreciate what you're saying, because it's exactly that, right? It's just acknowledging that if you go to PC, you're going to get what you pay for. And you might have to pay a lot, right? But that's the thing. It's why I've encountered people with like Resident Evil Requiem. Not many people, but I've encountered a few people, surprisingly, on Twitter, who would have thought that we're basically saying like you shouldn't buy this game on PS5 Pro and you shouldn't buy a Pro. You should buy a PC instead because here's what you can get. And then they would show like path traced, maxed out Resident Evil Requiem. And I'm like, that is very impressive. That looks very good. No doubt. How much? How much? And that's the thing, is that like some of the replies I got, people were very hesitant to answer. And they're like $2,000. And I'm like, okay. That's it. That's as long as you have to add that, you know what I mean? I feel like it's necessary because the thing that makes people impressed with the PS5 Pro is what you are getting for that price. That's why people are impressed with it. That's why people feel good about it. And that's why people are very happy about PSSR 2 because it's making what they thought was already pretty good even better. And I'm not saying it's not a lot of money. It is. Don't get me wrong. Paying $750 to $800 for a console, that's a lot of money for a gaming console. But that's the thing. The only question that needs to be asked is, are you getting your money's worth? And based off of the performance and graphical fidelity that we're seeing, the answer to that seems to be unequivocally yes. Just like if you pay $2,000 for a PS5, or sorry, not a PS5, if you pay $2,000 for PC.
Paragraph 34, Section 2.1b, propaganda such as saying PC or XP is better than PS, or PS is not consumer-friendly will result in a 7-day timeout.
Rich is breaking out the official rule book, bro. What is going on? Rich, what are we doing? And Blackspeed 2X, he comes in, he drops 5 more member gifts for you. Blackspeed, thank you so much for that, man. You dropped some direct donations, and you dropped a couple of member gifts for the community as well. So let's get some W's in the chat for Blackspeed 2X ripping open a 5-pack.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll give you how about a PS1 sound? An Astro PS1 sound. Thank you so much for that, man. I'm going to add that to the counter. That brings us to, where are we at? 16 members on the day. So we are making progress, guys. Very much appreciated. But yeah, that's all it is, Blackspeed, right? And everybody else. You just got to acknowledge the price, the performance ratio. That's it. And Shadowlink isn't done. He's like, I saw Blackspeed. He dropped the direct dono, and he dropped some gifts. I got to drop some gifts now, too. So Shadowlink couldn't help himself. He wanted to get in on the action here. He dropped another 10 member gifts for you guys. He rips open the 10-pack. And where does that take us now? I think that takes us to 26. So crushes the goal. Crushes the goal. As I tell you guys, the first goal is the most important, and you guys obliterated it. We have plenty of stream left, so if you want to strive for a second goal, by all means, do so. I will be able to go back to doing reps now, by the way. I'm happy to report that. I haven't been able to do anything like that as like a little celebration because of everything that's been going on, but we're back to the reps. We could do it. Let me there we go. For a second, I forgot what my reps logo looked like. And then eventually, one day, I don't know when, one day, can't rush it, I'll have a drum kit right here. One day. And every time we hit 100 members, I'll do a little drum solo. One day. So Blackspeed, Shadowlink, thank you guys so much for the gifts. And like I said, guys, so I do want to emphasize this now before I read these chats. If you do receive a member gift, like I said, going into April and into the spring, we're going to be bringing back Morning with the Misses. So, and that will be members content. So we'll be bringing it back to some extent. Okay. At least I'm going to try. when it comes to the member stuff. I'm still a little bit hesitant, but I told you guys I want to start doing members content again. Surely it can't be that damaging, right? I don't want to be afraid to do it. I just got to do it. And I want to make sure I don't miss Rich Rod with his direct donation. He said, I got to read this one. He says, FYI, paragraph 34, section 2, 1B. Is that the... Okay, yeah, 2.1b, propaganda such as saying PC or Xbox is better than PlayStation or PlayStation is not consumer-friendly will result in a 7-day timeout. That's not true, guys. Don't let Rich scare you. You are allowed to say that. All we request is you have to explain why. Just explain. Just give a little explanation. Give your opinion. Explain your opinion. Just a little bit. Or else Rich might lose it. He'll have a conniption. All right, let me read some of these chats here. Where are we at? Kyle Say Stuff with another 5-pound chat. He says, I tried path tracing RE9 Ultra settings versus PS5 Pro. Unless you try to look intentionally and zoom in comparison, a normal player might not care. And that's kind of the problem with where we are headed with things like the PlayStation 6 and Project Helix is even right now, it's not that there isn't a difference. It's that you do have to kind of pay attention to see the difference, right? And it also maybe explains why NVIDIA felt confident with showing off DLSS 5 in the form that they did. Because if there's one thing you can certainly say about DLSS 5 is, oh, you can see the difference. Now, for a lot of people, that's not a good difference, but you can see it nonetheless. And when we talk about people who are going to upgrade from the PS5 to the PS6, or I guess I should say people who are not going to, what's the number one reason they're not going to? Some people will say exclusive games. If they have exclusives, I'll be there. If not, I won't. But I think for most people, it's going to come down to, does it look like a big enough leap? Does it look like a big enough upgrade to justify me after like 5 or 6 years with the PS5 to pay another $500, $600, maybe $700 for another console? And that's where, like, what you're describing, Kyle, like, Sony, I don't know how Sony's going to pull it off, but they have to make something pop. Like, they have to have some kind of pop that's going to, in a good way, not in the DLSS 5 bad way, but something that's going to make people go, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to upgrade. You know what I mean? And that, I don't know how they're going to pull it off. Because I do think, I want to make it clear from my perspective. You can see a difference between high-end PC versus something like PS5 Pro. You can. But what you're referring to here, and this is where it gets even tougher for Sony, is that most people might not notice immediately. Like, most people might not care. So that's the thing when you talk about the PlayStation console or even Xbox and Project Helix, more so PlayStation in this case, though. Yeah, a lot of people who play on console, they're more casual. They're not watching Digital Foundry, and they're not really nearly as sensitive to these more potential nuanced differences in graphical fidelity. And so Sony's going to need something more besides just better graphics, besides just path tracing. I mean, these are, again, frame gen, PSSR, path tracing, radiance cores, compression, all this stuff. It's all going to be amazing, but in order to really move over the vast majority, I do still firmly believe Sony's going to need a couple of aces up their sleeve that do not come in the form of, just the raw graphical performance and difference. And Kyle Say Stuff, you say here, and path tracing is still struggling on my 4090 Ti. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I try to think of like Guerrilla Games, I mean, we know Horizon 3 is eventually going to come. And, well, maybe not Guerrilla. Let's talk about Fizzant. I think it's safe to say that Fizzant will come before Horizon 3. Fizzant's going to use, I assume, the Decima engine. And, when you look at Horizon Forbidden West and Death Stranding 2 right now on the PS5 Pro, they don't have path tracing, but it's like, my lord, like this is phenomenal, right? This is kind of mind-blowingly good looking, especially when you realize it's running on a console, and how much it's kind of like pushing it, I guess. I do want to see like a game like Fizzant, knowing the sheer expertise of a team like Kojima Productions, knowing that they're always pushing the limit on just how good a game can look running on a console, because they always develop first and foremost for the consoles and then PC, seemingly. Knowing Fizzant, everything Kojima said about it, it's going to blend, you know, he said it's going to blend like movies and games, but I don't think he meant that literally from a gameplay perspective. I think he meant that graphically. I mean, this is why I'm saying I don't want to jump to conclusions and be like, it's going to be underwhelming. I'm prepared for it to not be as big, right, as I want it to be in terms of like, what do you guys think? And everyone's like, yeah, well, maybe. But I don't want to assume too much. I want to give them the opportunity to delight. You know what I mean? To create the hype. And Perfect Image with the $2 super chat says, as base PS4/5, I know on a PlayStation 6, I'm going to have, you said awesome time. Okay, an awesome time. I almost said X, but I realized what you meant, Perfect Image. Excuse me. Yeah, I will tell you this. If you're somebody who's coming from a base PS5 to what will be the PlayStation 6, I think you will see a substantial difference. I do. I think you'll still have a genuine appreciation for just how good games continue to look and run on the base PS5. But I think what might end up happening, there's like something I kind of want to propose here as a possible outcome. Mark Cerny referred to the transition from the PlayStation 5 to the PlayStation 6 as a full step change, not a half step. And he really emphasized that. And he did emphasize that the reason why it's going to be a full step is because of the upcoming software technologies that I continue to talk to you guys about. Not just frame gen, you know, the whole list, I have it in front of me right now. Project Amethyst and the technical features and pillars that will be part of the PlayStation 6, neural arrays, radiance cores, universal compression, AI-powered frame generation, next generation of PSSR. These are just the ones that are confirmed right now. I do wonder if the biggest difference between games that are going to be built to run on the PS5 and games that are built for the PlayStation 6 is going to be exactly that. It's like once developers start to realize what they can achieve with some of these technologies and how much overhead it gives them, how much computational power it saves, and devs begin to realize, like, wait a second, this is saving us enough computational power to maybe make like some fundamental changes in game design. But I am probably getting ahead of myself because that would imply that they're developing first for the PS6 and then trying to scale down for the PlayStation 5. In reality, it might be the other way. I'm not entirely sure. This is why it all kind of hinges on how hard Sony pushes the PlayStation 6 and how much they really try to emphasize like this is a true transition to a next generation, you know? Anyway, I digress. I'm just once again kind of focused in on how Sony's going to talk about the PlayStation 6. Because I have a feeling they might start talking about it sooner than we think. And let me see here. We got a couple more super chats from Kyle Say Stuff. Thank you for that, man. He says, my friends who are casual, they mainly care about the resolution and frame rates and hair. I'm going to say I'm not so sure that you can call yourself a casual if you care about the graphical fidelity of hair in games. I don't know. I don't know if I would call that casual, Kyle, you might have to go to them and say, you're actually hardcore. Because in the end, I think graphics is about art direction. Oh, I 100% agree with that. If there's one thing, and I know I keep referencing it, but it's kind of hard not to when we're talking about graphical leaps and evolutions and what to expect and frame gen and all that stuff and saving on computational power and, these AI technologies that are going and machine learning technologies that are going to supposedly revolutionize graphical fidelity. The thing that DLSS 5 seemingly, the beehive it poked quite aggressively, is that when you would look at games that were transformed by DLSS 5, a lot of people felt like it just simply changed the art direction entirely, that they were looking at completely different games. And you can almost imagine that NVIDIA was like, well, that's okay because what people are going to be more focused on is that it looks photorealistic now. But if anything, to play devil's advocate here for a moment, well, let me walk that back. I'm actually not playing devil's advocate. I'm doing the opposite. To kind of agree with the masses, I should say. Playing devil's advocate in this case would be being on NVIDIA's side. To agree with the masses for a moment, I do agree that when you look at these DLSS comparisons, where it's like, hey, we just made this game ultra photorealistic. It's like real life now. It takes something away. Because you are seeing a game that was not designed to look that way. Literally. It was like the artistic design and vision was not that. And that, if anything, that just re-emphasizes that when we look at, I'm going to focus on AAA video games. There's this kind of notion that all AAA video games try to go for photorealism and they all look the same. And that's not true. And if you look at DLSS 5 and what it did, that's proof. That's not true at all. Every AAA game has its own unique art design and its own unique art direction. And even when you look at something like Death Stranding 2 on the beach, right? People were pointing this game out specifically to kind of dunk on NVIDIA, where it's like, look at what Kojima Productions achieved with the Decima engine on Death Stranding 2. Some of the most photorealistic, and I don't even want to use the word photorealistic, just some of the most impressive graphical fidelity we've ever seen, just across the board. And yet it has such a unique art style. There's still something about it that's like, yet it doesn't look like anything else out there, Now, if you would imagine something like Death Stranding 2 with DLSS 5 applied to it, you could probably immediately feel the effect of like, and something was just extracted. Yoji Shinkawa, what he did for this game has just been removed. And now it just looks like every other game that's using DLSS 5. And DLSS 5 seems to be something that is at risk of making every game kind of look the same. And yeah, from an artistic standpoint, this is why you see artists, not just in video games, but generally, just across every industry, artists are like completely against AI because AI just seems to want to put them out of business, man, completely and entirely. And yeah, it's hard not to kind of feel that way when you look at something like DLSS 5. But yeah, that all that is to say, Kyle Say stuff, that I agree with you. I think art direction and artistic and visual design is critical to video games, man. Like when you think about some of your favorite games ever, the first thing you probably remember is how it looked. And I don't mean just like the graphical fidelity, but I mean like specifically, it just had like it has a unique look to it that allows it to just kind of live in your mind and live in your memory in a way that if it was just trying to be. I want to just take a moment to say here, because it's kind of got me thinking, and Kyle, I'm going to read your last super chat in a moment. But like, as we progress in the games industry, I start to feel more and more, and maybe you guys notice this too, it starts to feel like there's this obsession over homogenization where everything has to like come together in this singular spot where it's making everything like devoid of personality, where it's like nothing can really be truly unique anymore because everything's got to come to the same spot. And I feel like you're seeing that not just in like when we talk about exclusives versus non-exclusivity when it comes to games and how we want this, a lot of people want this like homogenized gaming utopia that just probably will never exist because it's unrealistic. It feels like even when it comes to the development of video games, in the pursuit of more efficiency and better graphics and higher profits, of course, it's like we need to just find gaming engines. You know what? Not even gaming engines. We need to find tools. You know what? Not even just tools. We need AI tools that can just do all of this for us and create just this homogenized blob of like now everything looks the same. Like, wait, isn't this the opposite of what we want? And I know maybe I'm taking it to like an extreme, but it's just hard not to kind of see how as we go into the next generation of consoles, but also the next generation of AI tools being built for games and developers, how it seems clear that that's not what people want. And so, yeah, I don't know. It just kind of got me thinking there. And this is, again, why I think it's good that Sony is a little bit behind. Ghetto God, no, I missed that. I'm going to have to check that out later on. I'll have to try to remember. And Kyle Say Stuff with another super chat. He says, you are spot on. I'm a cinematographer in the UK. People always got confused about why a game looks good. It's always art direction and lighting, not power. Exactly. Yeah. And I think the PS4 generation is a great example of that too, right? Where the PS4 generation is when graphics obviously took another leap. And you think about a lot of the first party games that Sony put out. And, obviously people would focus on the fact like, wow, look at the facial animations and how realistic some of this looks. But I mean, it's like when you look at a game like The Last of Us and you compare it to a game like Days Gone, I understand that at first glance, somebody might see those two games for just a quick couple of seconds and assume, oh, they're basically the same. But if you spend a couple of hours playing each game, you realize actually no, like there's a very distinct artistic style to something like The Last of Us as well as Days Gone. Like of course people are going to feel the similarities because they're both PlayStation games. You're, both post-apocalyptic, both feature some kind of infected that you're fighting, both have shooting and there's many similarities, but I'm telling you, it's like if you're playing Days Gone, there's something about like, cause the thing about Bend when they made Days Gone is they based it in Oregon, and that's where Sony Bend is located, in Oregon. So they basically were like, there's a specific look we want to go for. We want to kind of replicate what this place actually looks like. And if you compare that to the different locations that you're in with The Last of Us, not only does it just look different, but even just something as subtle as the color palettes that are chosen, the color grading. It's all these different little things that go into the artistic vision of something that I think a lot of people don't. I'll put it to you this way. They do appreciate it on a subconscious level. They just don't know it. So many people will tell you like things about their favorite games and they won't talk about that. They won't talk about the color. But once you remove it, or like certain filters, right? Once you remove it, then they'll be like, why is it something doesn't look right? Something feels off. You see this with remakes a lot of times. When games get remade and they remove certain color filters, they remove a certain color grading, or they even, maybe they go too far and they make something too photorealistic where it's like it feels like it's losing its actual artistic style. You know, it's stylization that made it kind of stand out and made it feel unique. That's been removed. So people do notice this stuff, and I think you're starting to see it kind of come to a head here with this push for an AI technology that can revolutionize the games industry by giving everything a coat of photorealistic paint, so to speak. It would have been interesting to see, I would say like DLSS 5, a demonstration on a very highly stylized game. You know, something that's not trying to look very realistic. What does DLSS 5 do to that? DLSS 5 Astrobot? And Kyle Say Stuff, thank you for all the super chats, man. You're saying here, to be positive, we should be thankful that consumer price console, such as the PlayStation 6, are going to achieve a very high graphic / FPS and player experience. And then you say kind of like GTA 6 leak with no lighting versus the trailer. Oh yeah, that's a great example, actually. I remember that. Dude, I remember when the GTA 6 leaks happened, people were like, what is this? And people were trying to explain, like, guys, this is literally like pre-alpha, far from final stuff. You're not seeing a version where the artists do what they're supposed to do, right? You didn't let them cook. But people are kind of, you know, this is why developers are so self-conscious about when they want to show something off, because, you know, they're afraid of harsh judgment because, yes, people don't understand. And it's understandable why people don't understand, because they're just, show me something awesome. Show me something that looks great, and I'll give you my money for it, right? They don't want to have to be understanding of, but, you know, this is early. This isn't finished. This isn't the final product. They don't want to. Some people will understand, you know, but the masses probably won't. Don't remind me of Puddlegate with Spider-Man. Don't remind me of that. But Kyle, absolutely. I appreciate you're trying to be a little bit more positive here. That's one of the reasons why I am excited for the PlayStation 6, man, where it's like, I am not against progress. I'm not against things getting better. You know, I just think it has to be well thought out. You know, it can't be rushed. It can't be done haphazard. It needs to be something that feels like this is the right time. This is meaningful, and people are going to want this, you know, or at the very least, enthusiasts are going to feel good about it. And as an enthusiast, that's all I care about, right? Give me something that feels good, that I'm excited about, and I'll be happy, you know? Astro will turn into RoboCop. Oh my God. Yo, that's kind of cursed. He'll become Astro Boy. MBG, I think you're missing the point. Traditional techniques have always held devs back. It's on the contrary. Neural rendering takes them closer to their concept art, which watch Mario movie or Toy Story 4. Yeah, and that's where I think the conflict maybe stems from, Tarnished, is that, like, I try to not bandwagon things. I feel like people do that a lot. It's the easiest thing in the world to do in the year 2026. Just bandwagon, just follow the wave, you know, wherever direction it's going in. Don't go against the grain. And you know, people go in the opposite direction where they just want to be contrarian with everything, where I got to go against everything, right? And stand out. I'm not trying to do either of those things. What I'm trying to do is acknowledge that there is something there with DLSS 5 and neural rendering. There is absolutely, like, this is a critical and crucial technology. I just think what people, including those who are building that technology first and foremost right now, that being NVIDIA and, you know, presumably other companies like AMD in collaboration with Sony will try to do something like this eventually as well. What I think they need to do is understand that it's early. You know, it's going to be rough. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be awkward. But we have to kind of go through that, you know, with developers, because that's what you're saying is true. Like, there are developers who are excited for this technology. They do like it. They do understand some of the larger implications of how this can really change the, you know, development pipelines, potentially for the better. But it's going to take time. It's going to take refinement. That's the word I would use. Refinement is necessary to, I would say, I would argue, people might call it a groundbreaking technology or a trailblazing type technology that obviously companies are going to, like NVIDIA, are going to be very eager, where it's like, we got to pump the stocks even further, man. We got to be the ones at the forefront. We got to be, that's how it is with new technology. Every company wants to be first. Every company has the Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, you're last mindset. But, you would think by now most companies would realize that actually in the space of technology and in video games, certainly in graphics and all this stuff, it's not so much if you're first, you win. It's who's going to refine this best? Who's going to get this and who's going to turn it into a diamond? That's really what we're looking for here. Where I feel like this new technology can be seen as a diamond in the rough, right? It's something that's got to be, it's got to be pressurized. It's got to be, it's got to be molded and shaped, and it's going to require a lot of expertise. It's going to require a lot of delicate balance, I guess you could say. And maybe NVIDIA is the one to do that. A lot of people would maybe assume they are, considering how big they are and how prominent they've been in this space. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe it is going to be another company that's like, we're gonna be the ones to turn this into a diamond. So it's unpredictable. But you're definitely right, Tarnish, that people dismissing the technology as if like we should burn it with fire. It's like that's the wrong mentality to have, in my opinion. Like that to me just sounds too aggressive. Where it's like you don't want to burn it with fire. You want to shape it and mold it. You want to help build it. I think what's off-putting to a lot of people is the timing. This DLSS 5 tech is coming at a time when people are very trepidatious about AI. A lot of people are just frankly against it, and they don't want to hear any more of it. And, you have NVIDIA coming out being like, isn't this cool? And I think that it just doesn't help, where it's like, maybe you guys should have waited, maybe pushed it back a little bit, refined this a lot more. That'll be interesting when it becomes aware of the full rendering pipeline. That will be like, yeah, there's an argument to be made that they should have waited a little bit, And you're not wrong. You're saying every company is going this way. Nintendo, AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, Microsoft, and PlayStation. It is the inevitable future, and it's coming very soon. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, you're correct. That is the inevitable future. The idea of it coming soon, though, this is where I'm saying these companies have to be careful. Like, it can be the future. It can be inevitable. But we've seen time and time again that timing is everything. You can have the future in the palm of your hand. You deliver it at a time when people are not ready for it. It's too soon. You're done. You're done. When you have that in the palm of your hand, you got to know. There's two parts to it. You got to have it. You got to know when to deploy it. And that's tough. That's why, that's why you see juggernauts fall and underdogs rise, right? And we will continue to see that. And it's going to be interesting. The great news is, on a more positive note, there are more games than ever before. I think the beauty of the inevitable future, so to speak, is that you will have developers making all types of games because there's more people making games than ever before. Even though there's a lot of layoffs in the industry, unfortunately, there's still a lot of passionate game makers at every level. And you're going to see games that are going to come out and they're going to tell you it's handcrafted, it's focused on the art style and the art direction, zero AI. You're going to have games that are fully made by AI, and you're going to have everything in between, right? Where I just saw even today, since we're talking about this, did you guys see the news about Capcom? So this is a little bit of a side quest here, but it says here Capcom has drawn its line when it comes to using generative AI or Gen AI tools and technology, As Gen AI tech becomes more prevalent across the entire world, video game development included, many are still figuring out whether the tech has a place in game development. Data from the GDC State of the Game Industry Report 2026 showed that as more companies adopt the technology in different ways, more policies are being created on how it is to be used. And we now have an answer on how Capcom will look to use it. As spotted by GameSpark via Automaton, speaking during the briefing session held for its investors, which was summarized and publicized, the company answered investor questions on how the studio is handling Gen AI technology in game dev. For Capcom, the line that it will not cross, at least for now, is using Gen AI tools to make assets intended to appear in the game, which means that as long as this policy holds, in theory, we should never see Capcom run into a situation like the one Pearl Abyss found itself in with Crimson Desert, where the studio is alleging that Gen AI made assets were unintentionally left in the release build and only admitted to using the technology after players had caught it in game. What Capcom will do with Gen AI, however, is, quote, utilize this technology to improve efficiency and productivity in the game development process, end quote. Departments that will explore how to do this with the technology include graphics, sound, and programming. Our company will not implement the materials generated by our AI into the game content, the full statement reads. However, we plan to actively utilize this technology to improve efficiency and productivity in the game development process. Therefore, we are currently exploring ways to use it in various areas, such as graphics, sound, and programming. This stance arrives days after the much maligned NVIDIA DLSS 5 reveal that featured Grace Ashcroft and Leon Kennedy from Capcom's Resident Evil Requiem. The reveal was the latest element of Gen AI worming its way into game development and arguably creating an even bigger divide between those who are for and against the technology. So I thought that it was worth informing you guys when it comes to Capcom, where they're definitely hitting a stride. They have been for some time. They're doing very good. The irony that, this is what Capcom is saying after, yes, the poster child, you could say, for DLSS 5 right now is, in fact, Grace Ashcroft for all the wrong reasons. They're making it clear that they are going to use AI. They're going to use Gen AI to a certain extent, and they're going to try to do what most other studios are trying to do right now, which is find that balance where they want to allow it to help them in their development process, but they don't want any of it to actually be featured in the final product, in the final game. And so I think that right there is what we need to pay attention to. When is that going to change? When are devs going to be like, actually, it's in the game? And we're totally okay with that. When are publishers going to be okay with that? MBG, it was because of Capcom's investor relations. They did confirm that they'll use AI for graphics and sound to improve efficiency. About the timing, NVIDIA did reveal DLSS 5 early to have broad support by all devs, since it's more or less like a filter, a powerful AI filter, and to gain a competitive advantage over AMD tech. Yes. And that's NVIDIA's position and prerogative, right? It's why I keep emphasizing that NVIDIA. I almost said Envillion. NVIDIA is, they're like the number one corporation in the world, aren't they? They're worth trillions and trillions of dollars, man. Like, they have to do stuff like this. Could this be their fall from grace? No pun intended. It could be, but we'll see. We'll see. They have time. They have time. And yeah, that's true. Like, whether we like AI or not, we do have to accept it's here to stay. It's always going to play a role in the games industry now, in every industry for that matter. But what I'm more interested in at this point in time is the balancing act. Knowing that so many devs and publishers, they're drawing their lines. I'm curious to see how many times those lines get erased or moved around. Goalposts, if you will. We all know about those goalposts moving, don't we? All right, we have a couple of super chats here. We have New Soul 9 with a milestone chat. 11 months. Thank you for that, New Soul 9. You're saying, MBG, I agree. Timing matters and meeting people where they are. But at the same time, when does it come to a point where people not wanting nor are going out of their way to educate themselves on AI? Well, that gets into a more philosophical discussion, I believe, New Soul, where it's like, should it be, the end user's responsibility to do their research on AI? I feel like for people like us, the answer to that is absolutely yes. But that's because we're us, right? We're here on YouTube congregating to talk about this stuff, which clearly means we like to do our research and look into it and keep up with it. I do think that people, generally speaking, if you are not paying any attention or hardly any attention at all to what's going on with AI, you probably shouldn't be the person yelling loudly about it. You know what I mean? You should do your due diligence before you make any type of assertion. And I think that's kind of what you're pointing out here, right? Is that when we see stuff, when we see controversies, and this extends far beyond AI, just like we're going to see controversies with PlayStation and Xbox and all different, even controversies with stuff like Crimson Desert right now, there's always going to be people chiming in where it's like, so what's your level of knowledge on this? And it's like, oh, nothing. And it's like, oh, but that's the nature of these things, right? Where it's like, this is why I always encourage people. I know it's hard sometimes because, you can only fill your mind with so much stuff, but always try to be a free thinker, always try to form your own thoughts and opinions based off of the research you're doing and, hear different opinions, get different sides of things. I think that's important because I think what a lot of people do is they just get one opinion, maybe two that are in agreement. And then they see where these opinions are coming from. And it's like, oh, they're coming from very prominent individuals, very, very popular individuals. So I'm good. That's, I'll let them make the opinion. I'll let them form my opinion for me. And I know some people believe that's not what's happening, but it is sometimes. And actually a lot of times, there's a term for this. The term is sheep, right? Don't be a sheep. Don't just be part of the herd. Sometimes it's okay. We're all guilty at certain times of being a sheep. It's impossible to not be with everything. But for the things you really are engaged with, don't be a sheep. You do want to make sure you have some level of understanding. And if you don't, then that's where humility comes in, where people need to take a step back and be able to say, okay, look, I'm hearing different things. I'm feeling a certain way, but I don't actually know. So you can have an opinion, even if it's an uninformed one. But if you are going to put your uninformed opinion out there, right? The humility comes in by expressing, but I might be completely wrong. I am prepared to be wrong because I am uninformed and I'm assertively putting my opinion out there. Unfortunately, that right there is not what you see with a lot of things these days. And I'm sure you see that. I think everybody sees that to an extent. Kyle Say Stuff with a £5 super chat. He says, they never asked Capcom for permission for DLSS 5. Huge difference if this technology is used by art directors and devs themselves rather than the autofilter. And yeah, so actually, you're right. I need to make sure to cover this as well. So apparently, after all that drama over NVIDIA's AI-powered DLSS 5, specifically with the makeover of Resident Evil Requiem, Capcom... Or wait, no, that's the wrong write-up. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, so it says developers blindsided. Developers at Capcom were reportedly shocked, quote, shocked and, quote, left in the dark regarding the announcement of DLSS 5 being showcased with Resident Evil Requiem, as they were not directly involved in that showcase, which was handled by NVIDIA. And something that people were pointing out is that, yeah, it probably wasn't the actual artists and designers that worked on Grace Ashcroft and the different level designs of Resident Evil Requiem. It was probably some of the higher ups and, you know, some of the producers and executive producers and directors, or maybe just Capcom themselves, right? That gave the green light to NVIDIA to use this. That's another problem, right? Where we need to get to a point where actual artists and people involved with the creation itself, those are the ones that we need the reassurance of, like, yeah, go for it. And people were looking for that with DLSS 5. They were looking for, like, well, surely, like, they signed off on this. And it's like, yeah, somebody at Capcom signed off on it. But I would hedge a bet that, like, did the artists that made Grace themselves sign off on it? Did the design team that came up with her character and her overall design, did they all agree, like, yes, we're okay with this? And that's where things really start to get messy. And we also have New Soul 9 with a $5 super chat. He says, has anyone had a red velvet cinnamon roll with chocolate chip on top? Bro, where are you getting this stuff? I have not had that. That sounds crazy. That sounds overwhelming. Red velvet's great. Cinnamon rolls are great. Chocolate chips are great. That sounds like a food coma, dude. But I have not tried one, no. You don't like red velvet, Dillo? Red velvet's good. All right. Well, yeah, exactly, Ray. You're saying that sounds good, but it also sounds like diabetes. Agreed. I'm trying to get back on track here. You know, I'm going to try to eat a little bit healthier, get some more exercise. All right, so to wrap this specific topic up, I also want to just refer to an actual tweet from Mark Cerny himself. He rarely posts anything on his X account. And he said, just tried FSR upscaling 4.1 in a few PC games. It's based on the same neural network as the upgraded PSSR we released for PS5 Pro, and it looks stunning. Wonderful working with Jack Hewen and the AMD team as we collaborate on AI graphics technology. Big win for Project Amethyst. So I think Mark Cerny we got a little Mark Cerny flex going on here. Where, surely he is aware. Mark Cerny admits that he dwells on forums sometimes. So he might be lurking, bro. He could be here right now. He could be amongst us. I doubt it, but he did admit that he lurks on forums sometimes. And he definitely pays close attention to this stuff, which is not surprising. I don't think anybody would be surprised by that. But it's interesting. He's out here talking about how he's really enjoying this collaborative effort with AMD on their AI-driven technology. And you can pick it up a little bit. Like, oh, interesting timing, Mark. I mean, don't get me wrong. It makes sense with PSSR 2, but Mark's smiling, and AMD for that matter. They're smiling looking at all the ire and frustration and rage that's being projected towards NVIDIA and DLSS 5. And meanwhile, everybody is saying positive and good things about PSSR 2. And now people are practically looking at AMD. This might be a bit hyperbolic to say, but people are now looking towards Sony and AMD and their collaboration and being like, please, maybe you guys can get this right. At the very least, what not to do, right? So That's true too, Alvin. You're saying the artists work at the behest of upper management. That is part of the job. You are absolutely correct. Yes, and we do need to keep that in mind, right? That they signed on for that. Ethically speaking, is it, are we entering territory where it's an ethical gray area? Some might say yes, some might say no, because you could always say, well, you don't have to be an artist at Capcom. You could go be an artist anywhere else. But yeah, that's the thing, man. If this is the direction that every company is eventually going in, might have to become a starving artist at some point. So here's what I want to do. We do have other topics to discuss. I'm going to bring this up, though. I want to watch this video with you. Okay? It's not too long, but I think it's going to be, this is a good opportunity to bring this video up once again because of everything we're talking about. And I do need to remind you guys that what we're about to watch, they're talking about the PlayStation 6. Okay? It's very important to keep in mind as we watch this because they won't say PlayStation 6. Oh, hold on. I messed up my... They won't say PlayStation 6, but they're absolutely talking about PlayStation 6. Okay, hold on. Something's very wrong here. We're running into some technical difficulties. Okay. Hold on. Wow, okay, that's really enlarged. Sorry, guys. I got to make sure I just get the aspect ratio right, or, the viewing experience will be less than ideal. There we go. All right. So, like I said, keep in mind when we're watching this that they are talking about the PlayStation 6 and the technology that's going inside of the PlayStation 6.
We've been working on some seriously cool gaming tech with Sony, and I couldn't think of a better person to walk us through it than my good friend, Mark Cerny. Mark, thank you so much for coming out to Austin.
My pleasure.
I've asked Mark to join me to pop open the box and give you a peek at some of the gaming breakthroughs we've been working on together behind the scenes.
Yes, we've been busy, that's for sure. So today it seemed like it might be fun to share a bit about the brand new technologies being developed, starting with our collaboration under Project Amethyst to create the machine learning technologies of the future.
As every gamer knows, it takes a complex set of system expertise to get your setup and games to deliver the highest possible experience. As we progress together, the future brings us to real-time physics, cinematic lighting, efficient asset streaming, and keeping everything in sync across a CPU and GPU with super low latency. Trying to brute force that with raw power alone just doesn't scale. That's why we're combining traditional rasterization with neural acceleration.
So, right off the bat here, Jack is the one talking first. What he just said there is so critically important to understand for anybody who's questioning why the PlayStation 6 is going to be different than not just the PlayStation 5 or even the Pro for that matter, but certainly any other past generation console. He's flat out telling you, and this is why it's so ironic to see people talking about the power difference again when it comes to what will the power difference be between the PlayStation 6 and Project Helix be. It's like, it does not matter, my friend. Okay, what's going to matter is who gets these technologies right and how they're leveraged. Whose development teams are going to be able to take advantage of these technologies better. Because that's where you're going to see the most profound results. But he just flat out says it. Like, raw compute power alone, like raw hardware compute power, is just not enough anymore. We've hit the wall. So, and they're saying we're combining traditional rasterization with machine learning, neural networks. This is why we were just talking about the LSS5. This is why Tarnished was in the chat saying it is inevitable when it comes to these neural, these neural networks and everything else that's taken over. Yeah.
Machine learning isn't just a neat trick anymore. It's become a real tool for developers. Smarter pipelines, cleaner visuals, smoother gameplay, and more headroom to create the worlds we want to all get lost in. And
really quick, you're saying Xbox also confirmed that Project Helix will support machine learning-based game frame gen, upscaling, ray regeneration, neural rendering, and neural compression. Here's the best part about what you just said. This is the best part, man. And this is why I am so curious. I know it's not so much console warring as much as these are going to be two boxes that two companies are going to try to sell to you and put underneath your living room entertainment center and under your TV. At the end of, I don't remember if it's in this particular video, but it might be. At the end of this video, Mark Cerny re-emphasizes this technology is for everybody to use. What they're talking about here is technology that any developer can use for any hardware. Any game they're making for any hardware. It's not going to be nothing that's listed here today is exclusive to PlayStation. What you will see is probably what you see currently with PSSR, where I think what Mark Cerny and his team will do, what Sony will do, is like when they do their own version of frame gen, they're going to give it, they're going to give it like a name that's PlayStation slanted and oriented. Well, hold on. Rich, what's going on with Dark Cloud? Well, I know Dark Cloud likes to troll a little bit. He's talking trash on Mark Cerny. He says Mark Cerny has weak flexes that couldn't even move the earth or the needle. I don't know about that, man. Oh, bro's coming in. He's talking shit. He's talking down to Mark Cerny. PLSS5. Rich, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I will let you guys know. Listen. This is going to be a troll-free zone, bro. All right? Troll-free zone. So troll at your own risk. That's all I'm going to say. We got Rich Mod in the chat. We got Ray in the chat. Okay? Devil Shoes probably somewhere here too. No more trolling. All right? No more trolling. Anyway.
And that's what FSR is all about. FSR and PSR actually come from deep co-engineering between Sony and AMD. Co-engineering the neural networks that power both technologies. And going forward, more and more what you see on screen, the detail, the fidelity, the atmosphere, it will be touched or enhanced by ML. And that means we're not just hitting new technical benchmarks, we're getting closer to the vision of the artists and creators behind the games.
And the challenge comes in how we implement these systems. The neural networks found in technologies like FSR and PSSR are incredibly demanding on the GPU. They're both computationally expensive and require speedy access to large amounts of memory. The nature of the GPU fights us here. It's made up of a large number of compute units, and problems are therefore typically broken up into bite-sized pieces to enable the individual compute units to tackle them. And there's a downside to that. Subdividing a problem can cause inefficiency, or even force us to give up and find a different approach.
Exactly. And that challenge got us thinking, and what came out of it is something we're calling neural arrays. Here's the idea. Instead of having a bunch of compute units all working on their own, we built a way for them to team up, to actually share data and process things together like a single focused AI engine. Now, we're not linking the entire GPU into one mega unit. That'll be a cable management nightmare. But we are connecting CUs with each shader engine in a smart, efficient way. And that changes the game for neural rendering. Bigger ML models, less overhead, more efficiency, and way more scalability as workloads grow.
Neural arrays will allow us to process a large chunk of the screen in one go. And the efficiencies that come from that are going to be a game changer as we begin to...
I just want to say real quick, I wonder, listening to Mark Cerny talk about this again, he says it's going to be a game changer. You know, you're going to be able to render... Okay, really? You just walked all over my keyboard, Clark? You're going to be able to render, like, large chunks of the game world, like, on screen at, like, any one moment. It sounds to me almost like if you go back to Mark Cerny's 2020 seminar where he broke down the road to PlayStation 5 and he was focused very heavily on the SSD. This is kind of what he was explaining. And it seems like he even said, like, we'll see what happens. Like, he has this vision of how to, like, streamline game development and processing, right, in a console form factor. People thought it was like all hype, no substance. There was clearly some substance, but you know, it wasn't. At the end of the day, like, Mark Cerny himself did say, like, we'll see if I'm right or wrong based off what developers do. And I don't want to say he was completely wrong, but it almost seems like what he's doing in collaboration with AMD, like, this is where it's like you did, like, this is the unlocking of Pandora's box to an extent, right? Where, like, this is what Mark, I think, has been trying to really get to this whole time, and now the technology's finally here. I kind of get that vibe a little bit from hearing what he's saying now, because this video was released late last year, so to hear what he's saying, like, almost 5 years later, but this time not alone, you know, with AMD, very interesting. All right. Michael, you're saying who gave Rich executive authority? He doesn't. He doesn't have executive authority. But I was just informing everybody that, like, guys, I'm going to start. I'm just going to start silently taking care of my chat. I got a silenced sniper rifle. Metaphorically, not a real one. Whoa, hold on. I have a metaphorical silenced sniper rifle with a 12 times scope. Metaphorically, not in real life. This, I'm talking about like it's a video game. Yes, this video, MBG, they literally teased neural rendering graphics coming to PlayStation 6. Expect huge graphical leaps and in physics. No, my chat's good. Dude, the chat's been great today. The chat's been great today. You know, I want to say with this video, though, like, Mark Cerny at some point does hint at the PlayStation 6. But I remember when this video came out, everybody was like, he said in a few years' time, and people were arguing, like, does he mean 2 years? Does he mean 3 or more? That was like the big thing that people got caught up in this video, more so than what he's at, like what they're actually saying about the technology itself. Oh man, hold on. Venino, you're saying, in my opinion, this is all marketing, MBG. Redstone, what PS6 and Helix are getting. It's already on the AMD 9000 series GPU. We will see. We will see. I mean, I get that. I don't think people should get overly hyped for anything here. You definitely shouldn't overhype yourself. But I don't know. I do think that even though a lot of this technology is derived from PC, you know, it is still exciting, I think, for the console side. it's exciting for the console side because consoles haven't really had stuff like this before, you know? Like we were just always used to, okay, well, we're going to have a bigger GPU, more compute power, better new CPU and more memory. Now the SSD, like we're kind of used to that linear progression, I guess you could say. And this really kind of throws not a wrench in it because that makes it sound bad, but it feels like it's going to be a new era of console gaming, you know? And that's what's kind of exciting about it, in my opinion. Hold on. Let me check something. Oh, hold on. My chat is really delayed. Hold on. Sorry guys, I was looking at a different screen. Now my chat's trying to catch up with everything. Yeah, see, like I'm just telling you now. Like I'm checking to see Rich's modding here. I'm gonna judge the moderation, and I give Rich a green light. On this, and the reason being is because, and I've made this clear, and I will do it again. Like we're a PlayStation channel, okay? If you come into this PlayStation podcast on this PlayStation channel and you start sounding off about how amazing Xbox is and how much better Xbox is than PlayStation, I'm going to escort you out myself because I don't want to hear it. Not because it bothers me, but because that's not what we're talking about. You know? Like I shouldn't have to explain this. And I know I don't, but maybe some people really do need it explained where it's like if you were to go to an Xbox channel or a content creator who's streaming and talking about Xbox related topics and you just start every chat you're putting out practically, most of those chats are PlayStation's so much better, dude. Man, PlayStation's on point. I don't know that Xbox stands a chance. You know, just talking about stuff that it's like, okay, like we get it. You like Xbox better or you like PlayStation better. Why are you making these comments on a PlayStation oriented podcast when we're not even talking about Xbox? And that's fine, Rich, that's fine. And then people get all upset because like, well, I guess it's not free speech. No, it's not. It's my chat. That's the craziest part of all, dude, is people come into my chat and they're like, I should be able to talk how I want. Bro, you're in MBG's chat. Okay? No. You could go outside and yell what you want. I don't care. Go to any forum. Make your own chat and say what you want. I do not care. But if you're in my chat, guess what? I'm showing up here to do my job. And you know what my job is? To lose my mind on Xbox. No, I'm just kidding. That's not my job. See, now Clark's getting all worked up. My job here is to keep things flowing and keep my chat happy and keep my audience happy. And I'm just drawing a line. You know, maybe I have been too lenient. But it's like I am drawing a line where it's like I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're only welcome in my chat if you like PlayStation. No. But I am going to tell you, guess what? I'm ringing the bell clearly on my channel saying we're talking about PlayStation. We like PlayStation. Today we're all about PlayStation. Exactly, Ray. I'm tired of that. I can't take it anymore. And my chat, I feel bad because my chat has had to deal with it for the longest time because I'm too lenient with this stuff. You're saying it was baiting and fishing, and it's always that. It's always that. And I'm just, I'm going to be just nipping that in the bud going forward. And, Rich, you're better than me, dude, because I would, I'm not saying do this, but that's why I'm saying, like, when I get to a point with people, I'm just like, I view my chat and my stream as like, this is my home, so to speak, and I'm only going to welcome people in my home that I enjoy their company, and if somebody becomes disruptive, I'm not going to say, hey, I'm immediately kicking you out. But it's like, if you become disruptive enough, I'm going to have to say, or my mods will, where it's like, bro, show a little bit of respect here. Chill, like, understand where you are right now. Have some awareness. And if if the person wants to flip out and act like, oh, what, I'm not welcome, it's like, no, you're not. You see this stuff all the time at like bars and stuff, where it's like, there's always that person that's like, you are being disruptive. And we're going to ask you nicely to just calm down. But then they get all offended. And it's like, okay. Anyway, sorry about that. Let's proceed with the video, though. I don't want to get too far off track. Jenna, is that how it comes off? Well, listen, I'm going to play the video. We're going to finish it. It's because, dude, like, I am this is the result of me. A lot of people on my channel, a lot of the people who are like really, they care about the channel. They care about me. They care about the community. They've come out and they'd be like, bro, don't deal with this. Don't take this like that. And I would be too lenient every time where I'm like, no, I'm too understanding. When in reality, it's just like, no, dude, you have people that are going to flat out try to be disruptive to your channel, to your chat, to your community. And it's why yesterday I want to make something clear. I just got to put this out here. I meant to say this earlier. I refrained from doing so because I didn't feel like it was necessary, and maybe it's still not, but it feels pertinent. The problem with yesterday is it's actually not a joke. That's the problem. Because I've been doing this for years, and I have spent a long time putting an immense amount of effort into building what I believe is a good community. And I talk to a lot of you guys. I've talked to a lot of you guys practically every day. We talk on the Discord. Hell, when Helldivers 2 came out, we even gamed together a little bit. And something I realized is that there are genuinely good people here. People who care and they feel we're like-minded. Like, we're not, maybe we're a little weird, but we like PlayStation. We like gaming on PlayStation. That's what brings us together. That's what brought people to my channel. We like to have the conversations. We like to have the discussions. And a lot of you guys stuck around even beyond that. Yeah, when we're talking about the blue box stuff, or even just talking about philosophy or talking about life in general. And the reality is, there are people who are jealous of that. They resent that because they don't have that like we have it. I'm not talking about getting the most viewership. I'm not talking about having 1,000 people here watching or 2,000 people here watching. I'm not talking about gaining thousands of subscribers. I'm not talking about streams or videos going viral. I'm talking about a tight-knit, meaningful community that's built around something. People become resentful of that, and they become almost like, I don't want to say like they want to destroy it, but yeah, sometimes people do become so negative towards
Sorry
it.
if this is off topic. Just got here, but have you tried this new PSSR update MBG? These are actually huge upgrades, man. Unbelievable, really.
Moonshot, you don't have to apologize, bro. I'm actually the one that's off topic right now, and I'm going to respond to that in just a moment. I'm just going to finish what I was saying here, and then we'll get back on track. I just want it to be known that I can't sit here and pretend that it's a joke, because it's not a joke, because I've actually seen the real damage that people have done. And I'm not trying to be hyperbolic about it or make it seem like it's something like, whoa, you're ruining my life, bro, or people's lives. But you know what? It's about knowing people. It's about being able to read people and understand people. And I'm very good at that. It may not seem like it. I am very good at it, but that's why I'm too empathetic. I'm too lenient. The reality is, though, there are groups of people that have sent, maybe not directly, I'm not going to say directly, but indirectly, have sent large swaths of trolls and people to just come over here because they view what we do as a joke. And I'm not saying it needs to be taken seriously. I'm not asking anybody to take it seriously. What I'm asking for at this point is, if I'm here streaming and we're talking about certain gaming or PlayStation related topics, I just expect people to come in and respect that. Where it's not, and this is where I know I give mixed signals. I know it's like, bro, but weren't you the one yesterday dressed up, reacting and acting like a maniac? And the answer is yes. But that's why I emphasized earlier that I don't like doing that stuff. Sometimes I just feel like, let's go in some different directions, test the water. And I realize I don't like that. I don't like that at all. What I like is actually engaging with people who care and people who aren't so, I guess you could say, calloused and so disillusioned to the point where everything's got to be a joke, everything's got to be over the top, and everything's got to be a troll, and everything's got to be, something that's just, we can only derive a sense of meaning or enjoyment at the expense of another. That's what I'm against. And that's all I'm trying to say here is that I don't want to create an echo chamber. The fact that I'm so willing to allow so many people that have been disruptive and frankly reductive to the channel in for way too long is proof of that. But that's the problem. Is it's always the wolves hiding in sheep's clothing, right? Where I've had people trying to tell me, like, trust me, man, these guys are no good for the channel. They're not people. There's many people here who know what I'm trying to achieve on the channel, what we're trying to do here, and they identify these individuals. And that's why I don't want to lock everything down and make it so it's got to be uptight and everybody's got to be worried. It's the opposite. I'm asking for decency and just a modicum of respect, if not for me, for the people you're engaging with in the chat. And I'm serious about it this time, dude, where it's like I've gone back on this so many times where I've gotten too lenient and I've just become too laissez-faire with it. But I'm done because it's like, no, man, there are thousands of people who watch my videos, who do tune into my streams, and I know that that's what they're tired of. And I get it because I'm kind of tired of it too. And that's it. I'm going to end it there. Moonshot, let me go back to your message. You're saying, sorry if this is off topic, just got here, but have you tried this new PSSR update, MBG? These are actually huge upgrades, man. Unbelievable, really. Unfortunately, I haven't. I updated my PS5 Pro. I put the toggle on. I have not had a moment to actually sit down and try out games on the Pro with the PSSR2 update because I've been that busy lately. The good news is things are starting to calm down, and I should be able to get back to my regular gaming schedule. I should be able to. And when I do, I'm curious to see, man. I'm not sure what my first game is going to be, but I'll definitely let you know. And I'm happy to hear you're enjoying it, Moonshot, because, yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about PSSR2. And I've watched a lot of the Digital Foundry breakdowns and analysis videos, and I'm like, this is awesome, dude. The fact that, like, it's just there. Here it is. It's an upgrade. You didn't have to do anything. Free. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Tarnished, you're saying, am I disruptive? No, Tarnished, do you know what you do? I know I said that really aggressively. You know what you do, Tarnished? No, this is a good thing. I'm going to highlight you for a moment, Tarnished. Anytime you start to sense that like maybe you are becoming disruptive, you take a step back and you're like, my bad. I'm not trying to do that. I just need to, do you know how much I appreciate that? Like really? Where it's like, that's what I'm looking for. Just awareness. Like you are aware. You want to say some things sometimes, you know, you want to express yourself. And I love that because that's what I want people to do, express yourself. But if you sense that it's like, all right, you know, it's getting a little much, you'd be like, oh, okay, my bad. It's all good. You know, I appreciate that because you're self-aware enough to know that like, well, maybe we'll talk about that another time. Or maybe we'll just put that topic to the side because we're talking about something else. That's all I'm looking for, man. It's when people start to get combative with it, where it's like, bro, like, I don't want to have to play the role of like, I'm the one running this channel. I'm the one in charge. Put a cork in it, bro. I don't want, like, that's the last thing I want to do. Because it's like, bro, like, come on. You know, we're just talking about a chat here. But people get like that. And it's like, I'm just looking for a little bit of awareness and a little bit of decency. That's it. That's it. But most of you are that. Most of you are that. All right. Let's finish this video. Devil Shooter, I apologize. I don't know if he's here right now, but timestamps, man. It's going to be all over the place. I will admit one thing. I hate Microsoft. Banned. Get out of here. See, that's the thing, though, man. That's the thing. Like, we do hate Microsoft. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I am kidding. Well, actually, we kind of do hate them a little bit. Hate is a strong word, but we prefer Sony a lot more. A lot. Fanboy or not. That's okay. It's okay. Microsoft, they're good for some things. I say that as I'm using my Windows PC. I boot up my Windows PC to tell everybody how much I hate Microsoft. All right. Let's continue on here. I'm sorry.
To develop the next generation of upscaling and denoising technologies together.
With neural arrays, we're unlocking a whole new level of performance for ML. Not just faster, but more capable. That means better FSR, better ray regeneration, and brand new ML power features we're just starting to imagine. All working in real time, right on the GPU. And we're just getting started. As we look ahead, you also see dedicated innovations that bring cinematic rendering to an entirely new level.
Another area we've been focusing on has been ray tracing. When I look at its broad usage on PlayStation 5 for reflections, shadows, and global illumination, it's difficult to believe that it's been just 5 years since ray tracing was introduced.
Definitely, Mark. And now with path tracing becoming more central to real-time graphics, the demands on GPU just continue to grow. That's why we've been pushing hard to go beyond the current approach to help developers bring even more realism and cinematic lighting into their games.
But the challenge is that the current approach has reached its limit. To perform ray tracing today, a shader program has to juggle two very different responsibilities. One is ray traversal, digging through complex data structures to locate where the millions of rays being cast hit the millions of triangles in the scene geometry. When there are intersections, that same shader program has to also be doing its usual work of shading the scene, using texture and lighting information and the like.
And we spent the past 2 years rethinking the entire path tracing pipeline from hardware to software. Early this year at Computex, we introduced neural radiance caching, a key part of FSR Redstone. Now, we're building on that with Radiance Cores, a new dedicated hardware block designed for unified light transport. It handles ray tracing and path tracing in real time, pushing line performance to the whole new level. Together, these form a brand new rendering approach for AMD. Radiance Cores takes full control of ray transversal, one of the most compute-heavy parts of the process.
Sony
And
is
that
going
frees
to
up the
need to
CPU.
pay me to upgrade to a PS6 with this new PS5 Pro update, bro. This junk is looking like native 4K with ray tracing high FPS too.
They're going to have to pay Moonshot to upgrade to the PlayStation 6. I mean, that's the danger here, right? With something like the PS5 Pro. We were talking earlier about how it's basically a PlayStation 6 beta testing unit. But yeah, man, like I already see a lot of people, Moonshot, that are on base PS5 that are like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to upgrade. I don't think I'm going to need to. I don't know if I'm going to want to. But I feel like with the PS5 Pro, for a lot of people, it's kind of in between, right? Like, I think an argument could be made that just as many PS5 Pro owners are going to upgrade day one. Because, well, if you bought a Pro, you're probably an enthusiast, right? I mean, that's the assumption. So if you're an enthusiast, you're probably going to be there day one for the PS6. But there clearly are people who are kind of in a different boat, right? Where they are enthusiasts like yourself, Moonshot. But like, dude, this is great. And to be fair, from what I understand, everything we've talked about, Moonshot, with you specifically, you're not against the PlayStation 6. You're just not sure about the timing. You're in the camp of 2027 feels too soon. And yeah, I think enthusiast or not, there's a lot of people that feel that way, right? But that's the irony, is it's like the update it only made it better. It made it better. It made it more difficult for him to want to upgrade to the eventual PS6. Definitely did not waste my money on the Pro. That's what Rich is saying. And Chris. Shadowlink, you're saying, MBG, I'm getting the PS6. I have a Pro. I don't know. I like new stuff. Have the money and like to spend. I'll get a new TV at that time as well. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm kind of in that boat too. I don't know if I'm going to wait. I don't know. I would like to get a new TV at some point. I got the TV that's behind me. I got this at the launch of the PS5, and it's been holding up really well. It still looks great. But I do get that kind of FOMO sometimes when I see the new TVs that are coming out. I'm like, damn. But yeah, I mostly feel that way too, where I mean, it's hard for me to remove the fact that I have a YouTube channel that covers this stuff. But even if I didn't have the YouTube channel, I would still feel that way. I would still be doing that because that's what I did prior to my YouTube channel, right? Now I just have more justification, which is nice. But yeah, man, I think that I've maintained this theory. I guess if you want to call it a theory, may not be a crazy one, but I think there are going to be more people excited for the PlayStation 6 day one than we think. I've always maintained that it's easy. It's easy to shove aside the idea of a PlayStation 6 when it's not being shoved in your face. Instead, it's not the PlayStation 6 that's being shoved in your face. It's not marketing or it's just headlines. Headlines of here's when it's apparently coming. And that's it. Here's some specs to look at that you don't really know exactly what they're going to mean. It's just still kind of an idea. And it's becoming more real. It's taking shape. But I'm telling you, man, I have a strong feeling that a lot of people right now who are like, I ain't getting no PlayStation 6. And I'm not saying this will be you, Moonshot, but just generally speaking, broadly, once they see the PlayStation 6, once they see the showcase, once they see the trailers, I think the FOMO is going to start to kick in. I do. And I think a lot of people are going to be right in that boat with you, Shadowlink, where it's like, actually, I do want a PlayStation 6. And you know what? I think I might even want a new TV. We'll see.
GPU for geometry and simulation, and lets the GPU focus on what it does best, shading and lighting. The result? A cleaner, faster, and more efficient pipeline built for the next generation of ray trace games.
There's a significant speed boost that comes from putting the traversal logic in hardware, and a further boost that comes from having that hardware operate independently from the shader cores. On top of those performance increases, there's other features in the works too, such as flexible and efficient data structures for the geometry being ray traced. Overall, I'm really looking forward to the time when we can get Radiance cores into the hands of game creators.
And we're excited to see how developers push ray tracing and path tracing even further with these tools. And here's the thing, whether it's ML or ray tracing, they both hit the same bottleneck. Current GPU memory bandwidth limitations hinder the seamless adoption of next-gen rendering techniques, requiring significantly more bandwidth to handle 4K plus textures and ray tracing denoising masks for smooth asset streaming. And that's where a final piece of news comes in, and yeah, it's a big one.
With current GPUs, including the ones in PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro, we have something called DCC, or Delta Color Compression. It's a strategy that reduces the memory bandwidth consumed when the GPU is reading or writing certain data, such as textures or render targets.
And what we've built for future GPUs and SoCs take the idea of data compression much further. We call it universal compression. It's a system that evaluates every piece of data headed to memory, not just textures, and compresses it whenever possible. Only the essential bytes are sent out, which dramatically reduces memory bandwidth usage. That means the GPU can deliver more detail, higher frame rates, and greater efficiency.
Here too, I'm really looking forward to what improvements universal compression will bring, and to what degree the effective bandwidth of the GPU will exceed its paper spec. There's a multitude of benefits from this, including lower power consumption, higher fidelity assets, and perhaps most importantly, the synergies that universal compression has with neural arrays and Radiance cores.
I want to say real quick before we watch the final 30 seconds of this video, I totally forgot to mention before we started this video that everything they're talking about isn't just for the PlayStation 6, actually. I don't know why I tend to shun the upcoming PlayStation handheld. I don't mean to, but yes, there is what I believe will be the PlayStation 6 handheld, whether or not that's what they're going to call it. It's an RDNA 5 based handheld. All of this technology, every single thing that they just listed, will be part of this handheld. And that's so important to highlight as well, because what he just said, it'll be interesting to see how far GPUs will be able to punch above their on-paper spec. I feel like he's hinting directly at the PlayStation handheld, where it's you're going to see the PlayStation 6 GPU or the PlayStation 6 deliver more than what the on-paper GPU would insinuate. But that's going to be taken to a whole nother level with the PlayStation 6 handheld.
We work to deliver the best possible experiences to gamers. Overall, it's of course still very early days for these technologies. They only exist in simulation right now, but the results are quite promising, and I'm really excited about bringing them to a future console in a few years' time.
We feel the same way, Mark, and we're so excited to bring these innovations to developers across every gaming platform. Because this isn't just about silicon, it's about empowering the creators and communities that make gaming what it is. And we're just getting started. As we continue building with close partners like Sony, everything we're doing is focused on one thing: pushing games forward for all of you. Gaming has always been at the heart of what we do, and it's never meant more than it does right now. We're here for the players, the creators, and the communities that make this industry matter. And everything we're building is for you. Thank you, Mark, so much for taking time to join me here today.
Thank you, Jack.
And there you go. I do think people maybe forgot that was a video that Sony released on the official PlayStation YouTube channel. But I just thought that it would be good to close this specific topic out with that video, because it really does, I would say, outline where we're headed. As they said, not just with PlayStation, but, across the board. But something I want to talk about with you guys now. I don't know if you saw this. Let me see if it'll let me save it here. You know, we talk a lot about hardware. What about games, though? What about games? Does PlayStation have games? You know what I'm tired of seeing? Gonna get a little bit. Just a little bit. Clark's rolling in. Gonna get a little bit defensive here. Just a little bit. I don't want to get overly defensive, but I'm kind of tired of seeing certain, I want to say certain, because it's not like specific people, but I just come across it where they talk about PlayStation like not having games or not making games. And I'm like, listen, man, it's fine if you feel like Sony doesn't make enough games, but I just can't stand for people to just basically pretend like, yeah, Wolverine doesn't matter. And I guess I feel a certain way towards that because it's like, speak for yourself, man. Wolverine is one of my most anticipated games of the generation, as well as Saros. Yeah, Saros I feel even worse about because people treat Saros like it's nothing, like it's literally dirt under their shoe. And I'm like, listen, man, I'm not trying to overinflate these games, but we really need to get away from that. We do. I think people need to kind of wake up a little bit and realize that these games are pretty significant, you know? And even if these are the only two bigger games single player wise that Sony launches this year, like, dude, I'll take it. I've been down this road last year where I remember people were trying to tell me, Mrs. MBG, you're saying what happened to the reps emoji. I'm not sure. I think we stopped using it because it wasn't coming in clear enough. I might have to work on that one and try to like increase the contrast or something because people would use it and you couldn't really read what it said. At least if you were using, dark mode. PlayStation has no games, says the complainers who deliberately ignore the games. Exactly. And that's why I get so frustrated sometimes, man. I try not to get too frustrated, but like I do feel the need, like I have to push back a little bit because it's like it's the parroting of a narrative where it's like you can tell me you don't care for Wolverine. You can tell me you don't care for Saros. You can tell me you don't care for even games like Marathon or, even something like Kena, Scars of Kazmora, or Phantom Blade Zero, which is going to be a timed console exclusive. You could tell me you don't care about any of those games. But when you sit there and you say, like, they don't got enough games, dude, I'm like, you're just people who speak like that about PlayStation are literally ruining any potential, any possibility of like good conversation that could occur, which is like meaningful conversation where it's like, is there a real problem? And it's like, for some people, the real problem is Sony's output is not enough. That's worth discussing. Does their output need to increase? Where it's like they got quality most of the time, but maybe they're lacking a little bit in the time frames. They need to output a little bit more each year. That's a conversation worth having. And people who are out here just being like, they ain't got no games, there's nothing to play. It's like you're reducing it. Again, it becomes so blatantly reductive that it's like, no wonder why Sony's not listening to you guys. Because you're not giving them any good feedback. MVP Moss with a $2 chat says PS5 gen is better objectively than PS4 at this point. Objectively, you say? I don't know if you could. I don't know that we could use the term objective. I mean, what I'll say to that is I can understand absolutely why people look back at the PS4 gen and they say, well, that was so much better than the PS5. And I think the biggest reason for that is because Sony hit a stride that no one really saw coming, you know? Like they hit the stride where it's like, whoa, what are you doing? You know, like this is crazy. And it felt novel in a sense, you know, where they're having these big bombastic shows, they're making dreams come true. But they do that for a long enough time. This is why we get to a point where people are like, Ragnarok is mid. And I'm like, you need to leave the conversation. You do. You know, where it's like, it's just stuff like that where there are certain points that should be made and can be made. But too many people want to try to engage in discourse around PlayStation by basically saying things that are just not even close to being true. Not even close. And that to me is something I've been noticing this year. And I guess that's why I wanted to take a little bit of time here to just talk about Wolverine, because we have Insomniac letting us know they're going to be showing gameplay very soon. They're answering questions on Twitter. The first question they answered was somebody asking, like, hey, it's spring, and you guys said you were going to show Wolverine. Are you? And they said, yes, spring 2026. We're going to be showing more. And somebody asked about pre-orders and when pre-orders are opening up. And Insomniac responded by saying, we want to show you more gameplay first. That tells me there's going to be a state of play. That's kind of my read on that. There's going to be a Wolverine state of play. They're going to show a big gameplay chunk. They're going to end it with another sizzle reel trailer. And then they're going to announce pre-orders. And then they're going to show off a collector's edition, maybe even like a Wolverine DualSense, maybe some covers for the PS5. Hold on. You're saying PS5 needs a From Software exclusive to be at PS4 level? Oh, because you're talking about Bloodborne. I mean, there were multiple rumors all throughout this generation that Sony did strike another exclusivity deal with From Software, but nothing as of now has come of that. In fact, we just came off of reports from, Blue Point's closure where apparently From Software is the reason why a Bloodborne remaster or remake was not greenlit. Sony didn't do it because apparently From Software was like, we don't want that. Please don't touch Bloodborne. But I mean, we're talking about a post Elden Ring From Software. I don't know. I mean, they'll still do an exclusive for Switch and Nintendo. Why not Sony? I don't know. Maybe there's, I don't know. Maybe there's something going on with their relationship there. Saying, damn, Saros is like a month away. I liked Returnal, so I'll be checking it out. A yellow and black Wolverine DualSense would be awesome. I mean, I feel like it's an easy layup here with that. They did it with Spider-Man, too. They had the Spider-Man DualSense. They had the console covers. They had the Venom statue. 19 inches of Venom, So they went all out for Spider-Man 2. I imagine they will do something similar for Wolverine. And I'm going to be much more excited about the Wolverine side of things than I was the Spider-Man side, because I like Wolverine a lot more. PS5 is the worst gen in first-party studio output. That's why people say they don't have games. Well, yeah, but there is some level of nuance to that neutral zone, where I think people need a little bit of a reality check, where they need to go back and actually look at how Sony did. Basically, here's what changed. There are two big things that changed. The first is that Sony no longer has Japan Studio. Japan Studio used to pump out quirky, smaller games all throughout the generations. And I can understand. Like anybody who anybody whose time on PlayStation was shaped by Japan Studio, I can understand why this generation feels like hollow compared to previous generations. Because if that's a studio that really mattered to you and a lot of their games are the titles you look back at and think that's what defined PlayStation for me, I get it. But, we do have to keep in mind that Japan Studio transformed into what is now Team Asobi, and Team Asobi's who delivered Astrobot. So it's not like it resulted in nothing, right? That's the first change. The second is Sony stopped publishing a bunch of other studios' games. This is the biggest thing that people haven't picked up on, and it's fascinating. It is very fascinating, where if you look at the list of Sony Interactive Entertainment published games on PS4, 3, 2, and 1 compared to PS5, yes, that list looks crazy different, right? And when I was researching it, I'm like, what is the difference? Why do people say this? Why do people say Sony doesn't have enough games? And I realized it's because that Sony Interactive Entertainment logo is not popping up in front of nearly as many games. And you begin to realize two things. You ready? The first is that Sony published a lot of second-party games, dude. They went kind of crazy throughout every PlayStation generation, 1 through 4, where they would publish a myriad of second-party games. So in other words, is this a game that Sony owns? No. Is this a studio that Sony owns? No. But they're publishing it, so therefore it's exclusive, and when the game pops up, or when the game starts, you're going to see the Sony Interactive Entertainment logo. When Sony shows off the game, you're going to see the Sony Interactive Entertainment logo. They stopped that. You still get it, but it's really far and few in between. For example, you'll get it with Kena Scars of Kazmor this year. And that's about it. Outside of Wolverine and Saros. And what that indicates is that Sony is not going around. I don't know if it's Herman Hulst or if it's maybe Hideaki Nishino's decision, but they're not going around and being like, can we publish your game? They're not eager to publish people's games or developers' games. And that's, I don't know that we ever got the reason for that. My best guess, and it's not a great thing, but it's a realistic thing. If we're looking at it from a business standpoint, my best guess is that Sony, it costs them a lot of money to do that, to be a big publisher that's publishing all these games. And maybe they just felt going into this generation that they don't need to do that anymore. There's an argument to be made that one of the biggest reasons they did that was to keep, those studios from going to Xbox and having Xbox publish their games, potentially. And this is where you could maybe see the potential deterioration to an extent of competition. But that's the thing, though, man, is this is why when you look at previous generations, people might say now, well, Sony doesn't have games on PS5. But you know what they were saying during the PS4 era and previous generations? Well, they're not even really Sony games. Sony paid for it. They paid the publishers. They paid to make it exclusive. So you begin to see a little bit of hypocrisy reveal itself, where it's like, well, which is it? Do you want Sony to get you more games for the console that you're claiming doesn't have games or not? And where everything really changed is when Microsoft bought multiple publishers, as if that was going to become the norm. Where it's like, well, Sony should buy publishers now. And we thought they would. They never did. But that's one way of acquiring a lot of games if you want to make them exclusive in one fell swoop. But it's a very dangerous, as you can see with the way things panned out for Microsoft, it's a very dangerous way of doing it. You got to be very sure of what you're doing if you're going to make that level of investment. that honestly is beyond the type of investment that PlayStation could make. Let me see here. We have a super chat from PlayStation Pete. Yeah, PlayStation Pete, what's going on, man? You're saying here, I will be trading in my PS5 Switch 2 9 controllers. Wait, you're trading in your Switch 2 9 controllers, including a PlayStation Portal, 31 PS5 games, and 27 Switch 1 and 2 games. Should get the PS6 for free. Oh, wow. Okay. I was wondering where that was leading. I'm like, yo, are you like quitting gaming or something? But that's everything you're planning on trading in for the PlayStation 6 when it comes. So I can assume you threw the PlayStation Portal in there. You're saying you're going to trade in the PlayStation Portal. My assumption is you're going to buy the PlayStation handheld. I'm shocked you're going to trade in the Switch 2, though. Because I guess I could understand it, but I don't know. I mean, it hasn't been out for that long. But PlayStation Pete, sounds like you're ready to go for the PS6, man. It'll be interesting to see if Sony does any kind of through PlayStation Direct. I mean, I'm assuming GameStop will still be around and you can trade in stuff towards the PlayStation 6. But I wonder if Sony will offer any kind of upgrade program through PlayStation Direct where it's like, send us your PS5. Like, we'll take your trade in and we'll knock off like $150 or something for the PS6. Oh, you're saying you don't really play it? Well, that's a good reason. I mean, you could always buy it back if you ever really feel like you had to, if Nintendo announces an exclusive game. But yeah, exactly. A2, you're saying the first few years with PlayStation 4, people were complaining it was the indie station. And that's true too, man. Like, no generation is perfect, certainly not.
MBG, nice, man cave. All you need is a urinal in your set. Joke, rolling on the floor laughing emoji, fist emoji, keep up the good work.
That's awesome, Benino. Thank you for the direct donation, man. I like the way it said man cave. Thank you. Yes. A urinal. Maybe I have one right over here and you just can't see it. Maybe I'm saving that for a future. No, I don't. That's not going to be a future reveal. I'm kidding. And I have to say that because some people are going to think now, show us the urinal. That'd be kind of, now I'm thinking. Thank you, Venino. And we have a super chat from Chris Brown. He says, all the games that we claim made the PS4 era came out from 2018 to 2020. It wasn't until the console's life cycle was over when those came out. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to say all of them, Chris, but I understand the broader point you're making here. It's that it was the last few years where it feels like the PlayStation 5 really, or 4, I mean to say, really came into its own, where it was like, wow, man, this is like ramping up. And this is why I was saying, like, if you look at 2018 could be seen as that was the year where everything changed for PlayStation 4. Because in 2018, in April, you had God of War 2018, which was like, oh my God, dude, what is happening? But then in September, you had Spider-Man. But that wasn't it, right? This is where I want to, let me see here. PlayStation published games. Let me get the whole list here. So I want to look over 2018 for the PlayStation 4. You know what, though? I do want to point out, Chris, 2016 was kind of a crazy year for PlayStation 4 as well, because you're talking about Gravity Rush Remastered. Obviously, they had MLB The Show. They put out Ratchet and Clank. They put out the Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls collection, The Last Guardian, the Uncharted Nathan Drake collection, I believe, as well as Uncharted 4. Wait, was the Nathan Drake collection 2015? I think no, that was 2015. Sorry, that was 2015. So they put out Uncharted 4. I think for a lot of people, that was looked at. But here's the thing. Do you know how many games I didn't mention that Sony published? Do you know how many games I just mentioned that Sony did not publish, dude? Or Sony did publish, I mean to say. Check this out. 2016, they actually would publish Call of Duty in Japan, by the way. I don't know if people know that. Sony would publish Call of Duty in Japan. Final Fantasy 15 published everywhere except Asia. Guilty Gear was published everywhere except Japan. Here They Lie, VR game. Life is Strange was published by Sony everywhere except Japan. Or hold on, my bad. Okay, just to clarify, published in Asia, excluding Japan. So they would publish these games all throughout Asia, just not Japan. No Man's Sky, co-published with Hello Games. Shadow of the Beast, retail version in Asia, download only in North America. I mean, just the list it just goes on and on here. But look, if we look at 2018, I want to talk about 2018 because I think for a lot of people, 2018 was like the defining year for the PlayStation 4. And you think about Marvel Spider-Man, you think about God of War, maybe you think about Shadow of the Colossus remake. So there's like the three big hitters, right? But then there's Detroit Become Human, right? That's another big one. They published Call of Duty Black Ops 4 in Japan. They published Dissidia Final Fantasy NT in Asia, excluding Japan. Dragon Quest, published by Sony in Asia, excluding Japan. MLB The Show 18. They published the Quantic Dream Collection in North America. They published Sword Art Online in Asia, excluding Japan. Tetris Effect, they published that, the retail version. The Wipeout Omega Collection for VR. I mean, now if I compare 2018, listen to all those games I just said that they published. If I compare 2018 to 2025, just games that Sony published, here are the games that Sony published in 2025. MLB 25, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Lost Soul Aside, Midnight Murder Club, Days Gone Remastered. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is where I think it's that right there. It's getting in people's heads. I'm going to compare. Let's see. What year would be the equivalent to 2018 in the in the PS5's life cycle? It would be 2025, right? It would be 2025. So I'm going to remove all of the randomly published games by Sony in Asia and instead just focus on like the bigger hitter games, the games that for people define the PS4 generation. 2018, Detroit Become Human, God of War, Spider-Man, Shadow of the Colossus remake. That's 4 games. 2 in the first half, 2 in the second half. Now, granted, they're all single player. I'm not talking about Sony publishing Call of Duty Black Ops 4 in Japan. I'm not talking about them publishing Dragon Quest in Asia. Okay? I'm just talking about the games that people really think about that define the PS4 generation in the same year. That's 2018. That's 4 big hitter games. Now, again, let's go to 2025, which would be an equivalent year, time aligned. Death Stranding on the Beach, Ghost of Yotei, Days Gone Remastered, Lost Soul Aside. I'm not going to count. I'm not going to throw Midnight Murder Club up there because that's not a big game. So how does that stack up? I'm going to say Death Stranding 2 on the Beach and Ghost of Yotei get very close to going toe-to-toe with Spider-Man and God of War. Days Gone Remastered, maybe not as good as something like Shadow of the Colossus Remake, but it fills that gap. The only one missing here would be, so like in 2018, Detroit Become Human was a game that Sony published and was an exclusive for the PS4. People loved it. The game they have here is Lost Soul Aside. Lost Soul Aside doesn't cut it. Lost Soul Aside does not stack up. But here's the point I'm trying to make. You remove all those randomly published games, and you begin to realize that actually there's not that big of a difference here. Like it's not nearly as massive as people make it sound. So I'll do another comparison. Let's go to 2019 for the PS4. Okay, 2019 for the PS4. I'm going to read the entire list. Then I'm going to choose the games that are considered the ones people remember defining the PS4 generation. Here's the entire list of Sony published games in 2019. Concrete Genie, Days Gone, Death Stranding, Kingdom Hearts 3 in Asia, excluding Japan, Medieval, MLB The Show 19, Monkey King Heroes Back, Japan and Asia only, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, only published in Japan. PlayStation Network, they published Erica, Ready Set Heroes. For VR, they published Blood and Truth, Everybody's Golf VR, Hikaru Utada Laughter in the Dark, and Immortal Legacy. That's every game Sony published for the PS4 in 2019. Here are the games that actually mattered. Concrete Genie, Days Gone, Death Stranding, and I guess we could say Medieval. Do you see a pattern here? Now, we could throw Blood and Truth in there, maybe, as a fifth game. But we're talking about games that people they're comparing it, like the highlights. So there's about 4 games. Now let's compare, again, 2019 would be where we are now in 2026, the 6th year of the PlayStation console generation. So, where we are now in 2026, games Sony published and will be publishing. Marathon, MLB The Show. Well, let me stop counting. I'm just going to run it down. Marathon, MLB The Show, 26. They have Ghost of Yotei listed here, Legends. Should we count that? I'm just running down the whole list. So, Marathon, MLB The Show, Ghost of Yotei Legends, God of War, Sons of Sparta, Kena, Scars of Kazmora, Marvel's Wolverine, Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. Come on, boss, you can't bite that. And Saros. And a game that is apparently going to come out this year and is also going to be published by Sony is For Loop. That just doesn't have a specific release date, but it's coming out in 2026. So let's talk about the games that actually matter to people. Kena, Scars of Kazmora, Marvel's Wolverine, Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, Saros. And I mean, this one's up in the air. I'm gonna put this one as maybe it matters. Marathon. Notice how it's exactly the same. See, what I'm showing you right now, what I'm highlighting to you, is that people are just saying things. Sony is not publishing Phantom Blade Zero, as far as I'm aware. No. People are just saying these things where they're like, man, the PlayStation 5 generation absolutely sucks, bro. Where are the games? Meanwhile, Sony's, in terms of games that are actually going to matter to you, Sony's giving you the exact same amount. You just can't throw in there, yeah, well, Sony's going to publish Modern Warfare 4 in Japan. Sony's publishing this random obscure Asian game, in Asia. It doesn't look good for the list wars, but when you realize that Sony just kind of decided we're not going to just publish a shit ton of random games anymore. We're going to be very intentional. That's why I'm highlighting this, because it's, as Chris said, Yeah, that was your point. Is that like people really think about the last few years of the PlayStation 4 and how, how amazing it was. But there's something else that people are also forgetting as well. And it's that the way in which Sony announces their games has changed. And I think that has changed the discourse. I think that people were feeling differently. Maybe not feeling, but they were talking about PlayStation differently when E3 happened and Sony had like a bomb drop, like multiple, they had multiple, like, we're bringing the house down moments in 2015 and 16 at E3 where people were like on cloud nine and Microsoft was like floundering. And most other party publishers were either just doing what they normally do or also floundering. That changed when we went into the PS5 generation where there is no more E3. Everybody's just kind of doing their own thing randomly throughout. I just saw that Xbox announced a third-party partner preview for this week, which I'll definitely tune into that and we'll stream that. All the games are going to be on PS5 and they're saying they're going to have new announcements. But it's like, this is where we are, where Sony's going to have a show this summer, a state of play, and it's not going to be as big as an E3 because it just simply can't be. And I think that did change how people viewed things. And I just want to make it clear, like, I'm not trying to come off as overly defensive or making excuses. I'm just trying to show people that, like, your perception, they say the perception is the reality. And that's true. For 99% of people, whatever your perception is, that is your reality. And that's why I'm trying to change your perception so that you can see it more clearly. Because the perception isn't necessarily the truth, The truth of the matter is what we are looking at with PlayStation this year, I'd say looks pretty good. Is Soros going to be as big? Well, think about it. What were the big... Let's whittle it. Let's just get real about this for a second. Let's just be real about it. What were the two heavy hitter games for Sony in 2019? A year before the PlayStation 5 came out. What were the two big heavy hitters? Death Stranding, Days Gone. And look at how people talk about Days Gone. Ghost was 2020. Look at the way people talk about Days Gone. Now, here's the thing. Look at Soros. Look at how people sometimes talk about Soros like, who cares about that game? It's just some small, inconsequential game. It's like an indie game. Meanwhile, Soros is probably going to review way better than Days Gone and be praised a lot more than Days Gone. And people are like, whoa, this game's actually sick. That's the greatest irony of all of this, man, is that people don't want to realize that your perception is altered because of the way the internet has decided they want to talk about PlayStation in their games. Wolverine is right up there, if not maybe larger than Death Stranding. Like, it's Wolverine, dude. Death Stranding, there was a ton of hype for, but people started to understand leading up to that game that this is going to be, maybe different than I expected. This is not Metal Gear Solid. Wolverine is it's Wolverine, dude. Like, you can't argue with that. All this is to say, I am very excited for Wolverine. I think Wolverine looks incredible, and I'm just really happy that we're going to be seeing and hearing more about it soon. I'm really happy to see that Insomniac is coming out and making it known. They're making it known, like, yeah, we're going to show you more gameplay, and then we're going to ask you to pre-order it. And I'm like, smart. That's a smart move. So when it comes to Wolverine gameplay, I mean, honestly, man, I feel like that trailer they showed me, I will be real with you. I don't think Insomniac would have to show me anything more to get me excited for Wolverine. Because that trailer, even though we had to wait like 4 years for it, man, was it worth the wait. They nailed it. They really don't have to show me more. But if they want to show me more, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there day one, and I imagine they're going to do a state of play, and they're going to give us a little bit of a breakdown, of like a set piece moment, perhaps. Who knows? Maybe Sony will surprise us this year. Not that I'm expecting it, but they could do a showcase and end with Wolverine gameplay and then announce that pre-orders are opening up. But a state of play seems more likely to me. MBG, me and my friend just had that conversation with Spider-Man movies. We don't need trailers. Just tell me when Spider-Man is coming out. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like a lot of times these days, especially with games, because the developers feel like they have to show gameplay, feels like, I don't know that I need to see all that. By the way, guys, I failed to mention this earlier. I should have mentioned this a few times. Make sure you're hitting that like button. We're sitting at 131 likes. If you want to help out, let me know you're enjoying the stream and the podcast, but also push this stream out to more people, get new viewers in, help grow the community. Take a moment, hit that like button. I want to really push to see if we can get 150 likes and then take it from there. Interesting. You're saying, I think Wolverine will be a glorified X-Men Origins Wolverine game. Ghetto God, are you saying that in a negative way? Because I loved X-Men Origins Wolverine, dude. That game was amazing. I loved that game. So I'd be all over that. Neutral Zone, you're saying, I've noticed that when you are excited for a game, you expect that the general public think like you, but it is not. Well, no, not necessarily. It's not necessarily that. For example, I understand that I'm very excited for Saros, but the general public probably will miss it, I don't know what their pre-order numbers look like, but so far the reaction I've seen for Saros is about what I saw for Returnal. And that's interesting when you consider there's way more PS5 owners now. Now, that doesn't necessarily indicate that it's going to sell soft or not do well enough, but, I am kind of preparing, I am kind of preparing for it to do about, I don't want to say this, it feels crazy to say the same because it's like, bro, there's almost like 10 times more PlayStation 5 users out there, but modestly better is the way I would describe it, And I don't expect everybody to be in love with that. I just expect people to be fair about it and understand that, just because you're not excited for Saros doesn't mean it's not an incredible game that PlayStation studio made, MBG, how much longer are you streaming for? 1 more hour? I'm leaving work early. Truck problems, LOL. Let me see, where are we at time-wise? We might be. We might be. We're at about 3 hours and 17 minutes. If I go for another hour, that'll take us to about the 4 hour and 15 minute mark. Sometimes I do stream that long. We could try. We could try here, In the meantime, we got to try to get those likes up too. I like it too, but it's not comparable to something like Death Stranding. No, it's not. I don't think they're directly comparable. I just try to view it in terms of on any given year, what are the AAA bangers that Sony's dropping? You know what I mean? The AAA single player bangers. In 2019, I think the standout, the standout for 2019 was Death Stranding and Days Gone, and I think the standouts for 2020, or I almost said 2020, 2026 are Wolverine and Saros. It's just fascinating to me that this expectation exists where it's like, Sony, you should have double the amount of big AAA single-player bangers every year. And it's like, look, man, I get it. They bought some studios, and it's natural to expect more, but they didn't buy publishers, They are not in the position that Microsoft is in, where Microsoft literally bought entire publishers, quite literally some of the biggest in the industry. Where it's like, yeah, you got 40 plus studios. You're going to have minimum 5 to 6 releases every year. That's and not all of them. And, to be fair, even when you look at the Microsoft side of things, dude, I'm not trying to compare directly because I don't know that it's fair, but what are the big AAA bangers that Microsoft has? They have, and I'm only comparing it to Xbox because, traditionally that's you know, they're a console publisher. They still are technically, but it's like the Microsoft side. We're looking at Forza Horizon 6, Fable. I mean, would we count Halo as a big one? I guess we could. It feels like it should be counted, but I don't know. Well, for a moment, I almost forgot that Microsoft now publishes Call of Duty, so that pretty much makes that conversation null and void. Completely forgot about that. How do I forget such a thing? Hold on, I do want to bring up the Wolverine trailer again, if you guys don't mind. We got to watch it one more time because it's just that good. Hold on. I'm going to bring it up now. Wait, hold on. It started. I thought I paused it. Kyle Say Stuff. You said with a super chat, I do miss those E3 showcases. It was like a concert. Yeah, man. Sorry, I missed. I'm like 10 minutes late to that, Kyle. I apologize, bro. I don't know why that didn't pop up for me. I agree. There was definitely something special about E3, and it doesn't quite exist in the same way. All right, let me bring this Wolverine trailer up.
Been fighting longer than I can remember. I'd like to say I'm not a violent man. The trouble just has a way of finding me. But I'd be lying.
Dude, that shot it gets me every time, dude. Insane.
Doesn't matter where I go. How far I run. Death's always waiting. Just not for me. Cause I ain't no hero. I'm Wolverine.
Come on, man. I can't wait, dude. Like, see, I'm not gonna lie, watching the trailer again makes me realize maybe I'm not as opposed to seeing more as I made it sound. Because it looks so good. According to Twitter, the main plot is him saving his husband or something. Damn. We're getting a very different type of Wolverine story this time. I don't know if we're ready for this. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, watching it again, yeah, I will be there. I want to see more. Like I'm okay. Like if Insomniac came out and they said we're not showing you more, we're not, I'd be like, okay, I get it. You're not showing me more. But if they do a dedicated state of play and they want to show off more, I'll be there. I'll be there for sure. We do have one other topic to discuss, though, before we... I mean, Shadowlink, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go for another hour like you humbly requested, but we do have one more topic to talk about, and I definitely have something to say about this. Well, actually, we have two topics. We have two topics, people. My bad. So we talked recently about the report that apparently developers were sent notification by Sony that they're going to be phasing out and retiring the PlayStation Network naming and branding. And they want to completely retire it by September of this year. Now, they didn't say exactly what the reason was, except for they want to like better reflect the breadth of content that PlayStation offers or whatever. And it led people to, myself included, like presume that, well, something significant is going to happen. There's going to be like, you know, a big renaming of some kind. Well, Push Square seems to have uncovered something that, well, it might not be as serious as we thought, or maybe not serious. Serious might not be the word, but they might be just truly looking to simplify here. Okay. And before we dive deeper into this topic, guys, like I said, make sure you're hitting that like button. We're sitting at 142 likes, 8 more. We hit that 150. Thank you for that. But they say here Sony has apparently informed devs that it will be phasing out the PSN or PlayStation Network branding later this year, and the evidence has been staring us in the face all along. When the PlayStation Network briefly went offline last night, we turned to the PSN service status page for more information, which we noticed has been quietly rebranded to the PlayStation service status page. In fact, if you take a look at that page in particular, it doesn't mention PSN at all. That's not how we remember it. We took a look at the Wayback Machine to find out when this change was initiated, and it turns out all PSN branding was removed late last year. If you look at the page in October of 2025, for example, it was titled PSN Service Status and clearly referred to the PlayStation Network at the top. That was all erased by December 2025. So this change has been staring us blankly in the face for quite some time. We suspect the company will be notifying developers now so it doesn't include the outdated language in any of their upcoming games. Does this mean much? Not really, no, judging by our traffic during the above-mentioned outage, though there are still plenty of people Googling the keywords PSN down when they can't get online. And so what we need to highlight here is what they decided to change it to. They simply are calling it PlayStation. This seems to be what Sony's doing. They're removing the terminology PlayStation Network and PSN and just simply going PlayStation. PlayStation. And I don't know how I feel about this. On one hand, it kind of makes sense because, well, I mean, you can't, yeah, right? It's exactly what I said, Patrick. I said earlier, what is it about this industry's obsession with homogenization? And this is further indicating that. But it's hard to be angry only because it's not, it could be so much worse, I guess is what I'm saying. Like deciding to basically oversimplify to just PlayStation, it feels wholly unnecessary. I'm not going to lie about that. I feel like people like the PlayStation Network naming. The PlayStation Network name is one that has persisted through multiple generations, and that's what people know when they think of anything relating to PlayStation's connection to, you know, the internet, the storefront, the ecosystem, multiplayer gaming, you know, the platform itself. But I guess it's hard to say that this would hurt them if they just now want to refer to everything as simply PlayStation. However, this got me thinking. This got me thinking about the timing. How Sony is seemingly doing this presumably right before, I don't want to say right before, but in very close proximity to them announcing the next generation of PlayStation console, that being the PS6, kind of got me thinking a little bit. We know that Sony likes to change things up and, make alterations, I suppose, when they're about to start a new PlayStation generation. But I'm really starting to wonder if they are getting ready to take this to the next level. And by that, I mean, what are the chances that Sony is not going to call the PlayStation 6 the PlayStation 6? What are the chances that this is the last PlayStation console and they're going to just call it PlayStation? Or maybe not the last PlayStation console, but just generally speaking, it's like going forward, it's just going to be called PlayStation. You have PlayStation, which is the PlayStation console, and then you have the PlayStation handheld. I don't know. I think that sounds kind of crazy. Yeah, I think that would be a huge mistake from a business standpoint because you might confuse a lot of people. But man, what if Sony is getting ready to do something really stupid like that? And Chris, I'm sorry, buddy, you dropped the $2 super chat. You're saying just wanted to share. I've been playing DJ Hero 1 and 2. Thank you for sharing that, Chris Brown. I have never played DJ Hero, nor will I ever play DJ Hero, but I'm a huge fan of Guitar Hero and Rock Band. So we have that in common. But how are you liking it so far? How are you liking DJ Hero? I forgot that was a thing. They better not change the name. Put a 6 after the PlayStation for their next console, please. They won't change the name. Trust me, it's not just the name. It's literally history. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think my theory is very, very, very unlikely, right? I think it would be kind of crazy for them to be like, we did the PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we're just done. MBG, I still have my OG guitars and DJ set. I love them. That's awesome. Yeah, that's cool that you kept that stuff. I don't have any of that stuff anymore, man. But I did see that there is a company that's making their own Guitar Hero game, basically a Rock Band game. I forget the name of it, but they're making the instruments. They're making guitars, drums. What is the name? It was announced not that long ago, and it actually has a lot of original developers who made, the OG Guitar Hero games. Remember when they revealed the PS5 font? It was #1 trending online. It was amazing. And what was so amazing about it were the memes and the way people were kind of clowning on it because it was just, I did my job. I erased the 4 and put the 5. And I am kind of hoping that we get that exact same rollout for the PlayStation 6. I want to see them do that again I think if memory serves, it was CES 2020 where they revealed the PlayStation 5 logo. Jim Ryan came out and was like, here's the logo. And yeah, people were going nuts. I would love to see them repeat that where, I guess this time it would be Hideaki Nishino. Sorry, my phone's going off. It would be Hideaki Nishino coming out and being like, here's the PlayStation 6 logo. It's real. And you see the same memes made, they'll remake the memes. I did my job today. Here's the artist that had to come up with the PlayStation 6 logo. They worked very hard. And it's just like Photoshop. Just remove the 5, put the 6 in the Cerny font. I think that's the name of the font that PlayStation uses, Cerny. They could do that and make all consoles upgradable like a PC. Well, yeah, the only reason I'm fascinated by them simplifying the branding to just PlayStation is what it insinuates. It insinuates that, yeah, they just want to make everything, it's just PlayStation. Not everything PlayStation, like everything is an Xbox. Not like that, but just anything associated with Sony gaming. It's just PlayStation, They really want to like proliferate the PlayStation name. I mean, I don't think you would need to extend that to the console, considering the only thing you're putting after the name of the console is a number to just indicate. Yeah, and exactly. PS6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 have all been copyrighted. But if they were to make that decision where it's like, we're not calling it the PlayStation 6, it's just going to be PlayStation now, that would be kind of confirmation that not that, like, it would be confirmation that this is the last generation, but just that. Like, there are no more gens. Now there's just the platform. And there will be hardware. Like, there will be other PlayStation devices made. But that sounds too similar to, like, what Microsoft is maybe doing with Project Helix. And it does feel, again, wholly unnecessary. So I don't think that's what they're going to do. But it is something that I think is worth maybe keeping an eye on. There is also the chance that even though they're just using the term PlayStation right now, they might still use a different term. They just aren't announcing it yet. They're just putting PlayStation as kind of a placeholder. That's certainly possible as well. But I just wanted to be sure to let you guys know that not only was that report clearly true that devs are being told to phase out PlayStation Network terminology with any future games they're making, but Sony already started doing this as long ago as October of last year. So we'll see where it leads us. We are going to move on to the final topic, though. That one I didn't have a whole lot to say about, but wanted to make sure you guys were aware. I'll keep an eye on that. We'll see where it goes. The final topic, though, is something that I think more of you guys are going to care about because it directly affects, I think, your experience on the PlayStation ecosystem. So let me see. We have Push Square once again. Push Square, shout out to them. They've been doing a phenomenal job of keeping up with all these, I think, very important topics regarding PlayStation that most other outlets don't cover. I mean, obviously, they are PlayStation slanted, but they do a great job. So it says here, Sony is getting more aggressive with shovelware on the PlayStation Store. You may recall earlier this year, it delisted hundreds of games from publisher D Games, the company behind classics like The Jumping Pizza. Now it has axed hundreds more from 2 more publishers with their entire catalogs taken out overnight. Cyprus-based studio Nostra Games' portfolio was nowhere near as low effort as the above mentioned, but it still spammed Sony's storefront with almost 700 games over the years, most notably Sims. Recently, it hit headlines for the wrong reasons, where its cat co-op game called Ghostly Whiskers was accused of being an AI-generated knockoff of an actual indie game, Haunted Paws, not Hunted, Haunted. In a statement on its Discord, a spokesperson for the studio said it didn't know why the titles were removed. Quote, "Unfortunately, PlayStation Store has removed our games, and we're unable to provide an exact reason because it wasn't shared with us either. For now, we are planning to continue releasing on Nintendo Switch, Xbox, and Steam. This was just as unexpected for us as it was for you, as we had planned to continue releasing games in the coming years, and you've already seen some of them. But unfortunately, this is how things turned out. Thank you for your questions, but unfortunately, we are in the dark as well." End quote. CGI Lab has also had its software axed. It's only a few titles that this publisher released, so it's not clear why their output specifically has been cut, but it released extremely low effort games like Platform Zero and Veins of Darkness. Actually, I'm curious. Let me see. How bad do these games actually look? Oh, yeah, this is... Okay. Sony, it seems, is getting more and more serious about which kind of games it allows on the PlayStation Store. But with dozens of new titles deployed every single day, many with AI-generated art assets, it feels like too little too late. In the case of Nostra Games, we can confidently say the studio probably flew too close to the sun, as it was flogging hundreds of games, all with easy platinum trophies stackable across various different regions. In its stance on CGI Labs seems less clear, but evidently the platform holder was not comfortable hosting its output anymore. It'll be interesting to see whether it continues to crack down or even attempts to stop some of these titles at the source. Surely it'd be easier to block these games from being published in the first place, rather than delisting them at a later date. And we have 2 super chats here, one from Kane Z7. He says, it doesn't matter how many publishers Microsoft buys, as long as we have Cerny Boy, PlayStation is unbeatable. The guy is a hardware genius. I mean, I would definitely tell people not to underestimate Mark Cerny. I know some people think he's maybe, people give him too much credit. But no, man, I think Mark Cerny is a huge reason why PlayStation 4 and 5 are as successful as they are. He doesn't do it alone, obviously, but there's a reason why Sony wants him to continue to, be the architect of their consoles for as many years as possible, because he knows what he's doing. That's okay, Chris. You're saying with a $5 super chat, it's insane to me how you need a PS3 if you want the OG 6 God of War games. Bluepoint made some really good 1080p 60 FPS remasters. Really can't port? Yeah, no, I'm perplexed by that as well. We did get the God of War Trilogy remake announcement, but I do not understand why the games that Bluepoint specifically remastered for the PS3 were not ported over to modern hardware. If I'm not mistaken, God of War 1 and 2 can only be streamed on PS5. There's no way to play it natively. And I'm like, I'm going to be honest, man, that's kind of unacceptable. Like, Sony, I mean, for God's sake, like, we're asking you to resell it to us, and you won't even do that. Right? So I'm grateful for the remakes, and that's very exciting. But even then, like, people who just want to play the originals, they should be on modern hardware. So yeah, exactly. You're saying if it wasn't God of War, I wouldn't be saying this. It's their IP, or it's their main IP. No, I agree. My guess is maybe they will do something like that to prepare for the remakes. Because think about it, right? Like, if you're going to remake the games, it might be a good time to bring those titles over, the originals, to modern hardware so people can experience it, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they want people not to experience it. So if they cut anything out, they'll be like, you don't know, you can't be upset about what you don't know about, right? Yeah, God of War 3 can be played through backwards compatibility. It was remastered for the PS4. But I don't know. Hopefully they will do something. But getting back to the topic of shovelware being removed, I got to tell you, this statement, to me, this is kind of crazy. This statement from this publisher, what's the name of this publisher? Nostra Games. They put out this big statement saying, unfortunately, our games have been removed. We don't know why. We're in the dark. We'll continue to publish on Switch, Xbox, and Steam. Dude, they are just stealing. I'm pretty sure Sony is getting rid of you guys because you're just stealing games. So there was another report regarding this studio back in January that I missed. And it says Ghostly Whiskers will release on the PlayStation Store, and it looks like yet another forgettable foray powered by AI art. But this particular effort from Cyprus-based studio Nostra Games has found itself at the center of a storm, as the makers of indie effort Haunted Paws claim it's a copycat. Oh, I see what they did there. Both games offer co-op experiences in which you control an animal in Luigi's Mansion-esque lighthearted horror environments, except in Ghostly Whiskers, they put whispers, but they meant whiskers. You'll be playing as a cat instead of a puppy. Ghostly Whiskers describes itself as a short but unforgettable co-op or solo adventure that blends light horror with heartwarming moments, solve puzzles, explore eerie rooms, and use your feline instincts, like squeezing through tight spaces, climbing ledges, and sniffing out hidden clues to uncover the truth. Haunted Paws introduces itself as invite a friend to join for free and work together to discover mysteries, explore spooky environments, and run from evil creatures. The gameplay is a blend of cute and spooky interactions filled with engaging mysteries. Team up with your co-op partner and embark on an adventure that is both eerie and heartwarming, filled with emotional moments. Dive into the spooky yet cozy journey together. Yeah, they sound pretty similar. We couldn't find any gameplay footage of Ghostly Whiskers, which I actually will show you. And seeing as Haunted Paws is not out yet, it's hard to say just how much this one is stealing from the other. But again, this is back in January. The actual studio that made Haunted Paws says they put up a screenshot of the PlayStation Store listing. They say this is not a Haunted Paws game. It is a direct copy. This is an unauthorized copy that steals our concept, visuals, and story using AI-generated assets, releasing on the PlayStation Store. This is why I find it comical that this publisher is going to be like, we don't know, man. I don't know what happened. We're in the dark. No, dude, no, you're not. Like, this is the type of trash behavior that should be punished, where it's like you are just ripping games off to a degree that's despicable. You know, you're just generating AI games basically, and you're doing so at the detriment of actual real indie developers who are trying to have some type of originality to any extent. Even if it is already derivative, like they're at least trying to make a real game, you know? And this is why I'm totally for Sony doing this. Sony should get ultra aggressive. Sony should go rich rod on them, bro, and just take it all out. You know, anything that's any one of these publishers, it's not hard to identify. You know, it's completely destroyed the PlayStation Store digitally, you know, the digital storefront. And this is why. This is another reason why I will not be able to just embrace the idea of a digital-only future, because if I ever do, I know that this is the type of garbage I'm going to have to deal with to just try to find a decent game to play, you know? And, you know, even though physical does still exist and it's still an option, I'm really, you know, I still want to advocate for Sony to continue to do this, because I'm going to show you this real quick. All right, I'm going to show you this. Let me see if it'll... I don't know if it's going to let me bring it up. No, it should. I'm going to have to open up another YouTube tab. But I got to show you this, just so you know. Just so you know, this is the publisher that Sony decided to get rid of. Yeah, Hellbound. I was like, wait, you're throwing up Leia emojis. There she... Leia, you want some treats? I'll give her a couple. She can eat them. Oh wait, what the hell's going? Okay. Yeah. So I want to show you this. It should let me bring it up. Really, Leia, I don't understand your behavior. Leia, your behavior is confusing me. The way she just like trots over. I gave you some treats. Is that not what you wanted? All right. Well, that's fine. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm about to show you a game about a cat and absolutely eviscerate it, but I'm getting distracted by my actual cat. What? Okay, I don't know what she's doing. She's just making me nervous. She looks like she's going to get the zoomies or something. All right, let me bring this up so you can see it. All right, so the first game is called, what is it? It's the Haunted Paws game. Is it Ghostly Paws? Haunted Pause. All right, so I'm trying to find some game. I don't. All right, I'm gonna bring this up. I'm doing this because I just want people to know that, like, you should be cheering Sony on for this. Like, this is good. Like, Sony's seemingly the only one doing it. And we need to, maybe Sony can be a trailblazer here and, like, they'll do it and other publishers will start doing it too, because these storefronts need to be cleaned up. They're absolutely disgusting at this point. All right, so this game is the actual good game. It's called Haunted Pause. I don't know who this YouTuber is. I'm probably just going to mute it because I think they're going to be talking over it. But you're going to see the gameplay. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is the indie game. You're playing as like a dog. It's a co-op game. You're solving puzzles and stuff. You're trying to figure it out. All right, so you get the idea. Now, the other game that's ripping this one off, to a degree where the developer actually called them out, I was like, this is BS, like you're just flat out stealing. And it's AI generated, which is the worst part of it. Just AI generated. I think it's called what's it called? Something Whiskers. I'm forgetting the name of the damn games. Hold on. I gotta make my point here. It's called Ghostly Whiskers. That's crazy too. They don't even try with the names, dude. They're just like Ghostly Whiskers, bro. We got some ghostly whiskers up in here. Let me look it up. Ghostly Whiskers. And they make these games for like easy platinums too. See? Like, it's crazy. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong. This game is clearly higher effort than the jumping games. But it just totally, you know what I mean? It's just such a blatant ripoff. But here's the problem, right? Here's, I think, the biggest problem of all. Because I get what you're saying. You're saying, well, it is still a different game. It's got a different name. It's got a different publisher. You're a cat, not a dog. I get that. But the biggest problem is that this studio is spamming games on the PlayStation Network, on the PlayStation Store. So they're not, it's not like they're doing this stuff on rare occasion. They're doing it constantly. And I'm just saying, man, like, eventually people have had enough. They get tired of it. They're like, stop. We're tired. Like, we don't want to continue to see this. This is nonsense. And now even Sony's getting tired of it. We're like, yeah, you guys are crossing. Like, listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with a storefront, a digital storefront deciding we don't care, do whatever you want. Go ahead. But I also don't think there's anything wrong where if it's your digital storefront and you want to like get people to actually, like this is the big thing. If you want people to engage with your digital storefront, getting rid of this crap is going to make it a lot easier. I can tell you right now, I do not go into the PlayStation Store, rarely. I do sometimes, but I only do to like check out like games that are being pre-ordered or certain sales or something. I don't actually just like go browse the games because this is the type of stuff you see. This is all you see. It's just a sea of garbage. And I feel especially bad when there are actual real developers. And I use the term real as in people who care. Like they actually care. They're not just doing this where we're like, we want to spam the PlayStation Store with nonsense ripoff AI generated games so people can just get their easy plats. I'm talking about people who are like, I want to make a good game and try to build my, my career potentially as a game developer. It's a shame that people who actually are trying to make great games, they have to worry about sharing space with people who are just con artists, basically, And Sony, and it's not just Sony, but every digital storefront will do nothing about it until now. And that's why I'm highlighting this, where I'm going to give Sony a lot of credit here. It's like, keep it going, man. Please clean up this slop, clean up this shovelware. The PlayStation Store is something that will just simply benefit from getting rid of this stuff. And that's the thing. If somebody's like, well, what if I want this stuff? Guess what? Other storefronts are going to let it be there. Go play it over there. If you really want it that bad. But I don't know why you would want this. I'm just going to be honest about it. Not judging. I'm just confused as to why anybody would, like, why wouldn't you want to play the better version? The actual real game that's being ripped off. You're saying they can't clear it 100%. Oh, no, they can. I mean, probably not, man. But they got to do something because it's only going to get worse. Yeah, I mean, it is getting worse. And, even Push Square saying maybe it's too little too late. It could be. It could be. MBG, I don't know if you've seen those AI brain rot games like Tum 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 Sahur or Toom 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 Sahur. There's like 50 plus games about those, and I was so surprised that they're on the PlayStation Store. How did it even get past? Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's what I agree with what Push Square wrote. They said, wouldn't it be easier to make it so that these games can't even get on your storefront to begin with than to have to retroactively delist them and remove a publisher? But it's tough. It's tough because I'm sure there's a lot. Sony doesn't want to, they don't want to scare developers away. And so there's like this fine line. But I'll tell you what, they removed 3 publishers from PlayStation Store. And the 3 publishers that I saw after looking into them, I'm like, bye. Good riddance, honestly, where it's like you guys are literally ruining it for others. So go away. If they keep just targeting it like that, that's just my opinion on it, though. I know some people disagree, but let me see here. I much prefer physical, but the powers that be are intentionally making it more and more difficult to do so. I know, dude. I know. Like, it's getting to a point where it feels like you're being punished for being a physical gamer. Where it's like, I'm going to pre-order this game on Amazon or Walmart or something, and it says it'll be delivered day 1. So, I'm not going to miss out. You already have to wait for the delivery, so you don't get it like at midnight as soon as it unlocks. But then it's like, yeah, it's going to be delayed by a couple days. And it's like, oh, what? It's like, actually, it's going to be delayed by a week. Or it just gets to a point where if you don't pre-order a physical version in the first like week or two, you go to try to pre-order and it's just like not available. Like, what do you mean? It really has gotten to a point where it feels like it's becoming a challenge. Guys, by the way, we're about 2 minutes away from hitting the 4-hour mark. I want you to do me a favor, hit that like button. But I'm going to encourage you guys as we are wrapping up here, if you want to drop any more support, okay, we hit 26 members. If you want to contribute to that and add any more to the goal, feel free to do that. If you want to drop any more super chats or direct donations, now would be the time to get it in because we're going to be wrapping it up here very soon. I'm going to hang out with the chat, continue to talk for a couple minutes, and then we will depart. I'll drop a member if you check that Discord. Oh, Chris, do I want to know? I'll take a membership, but oh God. Oh, okay, no. You know what though? Where is this? This is for research purposes. Is this what storefront is? Oh, Switch. It's right there. You know what, guys? Maybe Hold on. Maybe I was too harsh on PlayStation. It seems like it could get worse. Looks like it's it looks like it's pretty bad over there in Nintendo land. Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. You ready? You think it's bad on PlayStation? Here's what's going on over at Nintendo. That's right. Developers are making this stuff. Developers are making this. Well, let's say it says. I'm going to try not to zoom in too much. Anime Feet Girls, The Charm Finder Quest. Dude, imagine. Marvel's Wolverine says, you can't avoid this. You can't stop this. Yo, check that out, though. 60% off. That's a steal. $10. Chris says, MBG, I definitely had to explain this screenshot to my wife. Unbelievable, man. I mean, I see stuff like that all the time, though. On the play, well, not all the time, but the few times. It's the rare instances when I'm perusing the PlayStation Store, I see stuff like that. I'm like, what is this? What is going on? What even is the age rating? I didn't even check. Chris will have to tell us. That's. And by the way, if you're interested in joining the MBG Discord, Ray dropped a Discord link in the chat. You do not have to be a member to join. Anybody can join. The only thing I ask is that you, be respectful and, follow the rules. I think we're almost. What was that? What was that noise? I just heard a weird noise. I thought it was a cat. It wasn't a cat. Okay. Anyway, we're almost, I think, at... Oh, we added... By the way, in Discord news, we added a pets section. So if you have any pictures of your pets that you want to share on the Discord, there's now a specific section to do that, because I know a lot of you guys like to do that. You got the platinum on it? Chris, I'm waiting for that membership. It's the black mold growing behind the walls. You know what? I'm not going to lie. You know what it sounded like? And there it is. Chris, he's a man of his word. He says, I'll drop a gift. I had to expose him. Chris says, if you expose me live on stream, I'll drop a member gift for you. Thank you, Chris, for dropping a single gift. You can always drop a single. It helps. You dropped a single, we'll keep it going for another 3 minutes. Single gets you 3 minutes. Well, let me add that. No, thank you, though, man. I appreciate it. That brings us to 27. Hanzo, you're heading out, man. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. We will be back here tomorrow. I'm hoping at the same time. But you know what it actually sounded like? It sounded like that poster moved. That's what it sounded like. So, Ray, I'm over here being like, what are you, crazy? But then it's like, well, it did sound like the poster moved. What in the Resident Evil 7 is going on in this basement? What TV do I use? What are the specs? It was a Sony, one of the highest end Sony TVs that launched in 2020. I don't remember the specs. The only thing I remember when I was researching it, whether or not I wanted to purchase it, was ratings. You know, they do their extensive TV reviews. They said the black levels, it's an LED, I believe, but the black levels were so good. Like, it's actually very, very close to OLED, but like way, way brighter. You know, like the TV gets way brighter than OLED, but it's a TV that's almost 6 years old. So obviously massive progress has been made. The cutting edge TVs that are coming out today probably do laps around this one. I forget the name of this TV though. Ghostly MBG. Yeah, it's haunted. Solid Snake is sneaking through the walls. I mean, perhaps. Is he about to bust through the wall? MBG, how did you decorate your room, by the way? I recently got my own house and want to design my own space too. Did you DIY and paint the wall yourself, or did you hire someone to do it? So when it comes to the painting, actually Mrs. MBG did it. She's a very good painter. She went crazy painting this room, dude. She did a phenomenal job. She did the ceiling. She did the walls. And she did a great job. So yeah, I've painted before. I don't really trust myself though, a lot of times. Like I'm always afraid I'm gonna mess it up. But she offered to do the painting. She's painted other rooms in our home too. When it comes to like the decorating, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. What you see behind you is just the idea I had in my head. I was like, I got 2 tables, I got 2 lamps, I got the entertainment center, the TV, I got a couple posters, got some cat towers. There should be a sofa back there eventually too, like a smaller sofa. But what I would like to do, I'll tell you this, I don't know when it's going to happen. It might be a while. But eventually I would like to get a proper media cabinet, like a bigger one that can house a lot more games. You know, got to continue to build my collection. I'd like to put it here against the wall. I think that'd be a great, and I could move like the cat tower over there. But that would be pretty great, you know. I would like to eventually have a spot where I'm displaying my games, but it's a big media cabinet that I'm looking at. I don't know that I want to do that until I have enough games to fill it up, you know, or you know, to at least do a decent dent in filling it up. Because I feel like it would be weird to buy this big media cabinet. It's like a triple size media cabinet. You know, it's not like that massive, but only like literally 1/8 of it is filled up or something. It's like, well, I mean, I got like physical media of other stuff, like Blu-rays and some DVDs, but I wouldn't want to put all that up there. Like, I just want it to be for games, you know? Oh, damn, I wish my girlfriend could paint. I mean, you could ask her to. Maybe she'll try. If I got as bulked up as MBG, I could be Giga Chad Light. Well, speaking of which, I got to work out. I got to get back on my routine. That's been lacking. Certainly, that's been lacking. So, but yeah, guys, I think that's going to wrap it up today. Chris did drop a single gift, and I think that might be where it's wrapped up for fan funding of any kind. So let me just double check and make sure I didn't miss any direct donations. No, we're good. The last one was Venino, so we're good on that. But all right, guys, that is going to wrap it up for this episode of Press X Podcast. Rich says, MBG, I'll be over Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays to bulk up. I'll bring the Bowflex dumbbells. Yeah, we're going to be the Bowflex buddies. That sounds crazy. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in and taking time out of your day to watch any of the podcast today. I did make a news video. If you were here for the entire stream, we covered most of what is in that news video. But if you want to support the channel further, go check that news video out. Leave it a like. And as you're heading out from the stream, make sure you hit the like button. Thank you for getting us to 150. I also want to make sure to extend a massive thank you to everybody who dropped any direct support. We hit 27 members. Thank you all so much for that. If you dropped any member gifts, if you became a member, super chats, direct donations, it all contributes tremendously and allows me to continue to do what I do here. I'm hoping we can keep it going. We're heading into spring. I think there's going to be some exciting stuff happening. So I'm looking forward to it. And I also want to make sure to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter with those timestamps in the comments, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. So Devil Shooter, thank you as always for what you do. And that's it. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your day. I should be back here tomorrow. I'm going to try my best to stream at the normal time, but if I'm not streaming at that time, chances are I'll probably be streaming a little bit later in the day. Okay, so come back and check a couple times. But until next time, guys, take care.